Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Hi, Matt.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Check, check, check.
Roger, Roger.
Over now.
Over and out. Copy.
See?
Who's talking about the In-N-Out burger?
We said over now. Now you're talking about In-N-Out.
Who wants lunch?
Burger Boulevard.
Geronimo, did you happen to get my voice message?
I did not. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Look at all you beautiful people out there.
Oh, Matt, you say that to everyone.
Because they're beautiful people.
Ah,
Yeah, deep breath, huh?
it has been.
Summer is upon us, whether we like it or not.
Gosh, and it's like, so we've got all kinds of work to do, which is good. And but then we're also trying to take some time and trying to combine the two sometimes. Sometimes it's hard. So,
Miracles and miracles.
yeah. Anyway. You're getting ready to take off, aren't you?
Yes. Yes. I'm watching people take off, going all over the place, but halfway through the month, I am going to go to my 50th state, Alaska. I will have been to every state.
Oh, you've never been to Alaska before?
No, it's the one I have out there.
That's right. You didn't go with us when we were all there.
No.
Well, you're gonna have a great time, Matt. Absolutely a great time.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Morning.
Judy.
Good morning, Judy.
Mayor Horseman, we had Supervisor Fowler will not be joining, so looks like everybody else is here that we're expecting.
Supervisor Fowler is not on, but we have everybody else. All right, well, I think it's almost time. So. Geronimo, will Friday work?
Change one again.
Friday is a busy day for me. Got daughter's graduating high school.
All right, I'll talk to you after the meeting, okay?
Yeah.
All right, we have, it looks like all the board members and county manager, do we have all the staff that we need?
We are ready to go, ma'am.
So, all right, very good. Well, it is, today is Tuesday, May 23rd. This is a regular board meeting. And it's good to see so many familiar faces, that the gang's all here, it looks like. So with that, we will go ahead and proceed with our regular session. And our first order of business is, of course, call to order. And with that, I will introduce myself, Patrice Horseman. I am the chair of the board and the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2 and current Vice Chair.
And District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3 Supervisor from downtown District 3.
And district number 4.
Good morning, everyone. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor.
All right.
Welcome.
Judy Begay is right next to me in the office next to me. So District 5 is not with us. She is leading a group for economic development with NACO. And I know she's showing them around in her district and in the Grand Canyon area. So we appreciate Supervisor Fowler's work on behalf of the county and working with NACO. So we do have 4 members of the board with us today. And so our next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, time that we show honor to our country. And with that, our clerk will put up a flag and the pledge. And for those that can, let's stand to honor our nation through the pledge, please. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance to
to
the
the
flag
flag of
of
the United States of America and to
and
the
to the
republic
republic
for which
for
it
which it
stands,
stands,
one
one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for all. All right. Our next item of business is an important one. It is our call to the public. Members of the public, this is the time for you to be able to address items or ask questions or make comments on matters that are not set forth in our agenda. And our clerk is going to explain how you can join us here and provide comments or ask questions to the board. We hope that you will join us. And we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And obviously this is an open public meeting. So we also, of course, ask that you remain respectful and civil. So with that, Lindsay, can you please let our public know how they can join us for our board meeting this morning?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, if you hover towards the bottom of your screen, there'll be a raise hand icon that looks like a hand. And if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. We currently do not have any hands raised.
All right, thank you. Final call, members of the public. This is your time to address the Board of Supervisors in open public meeting. So please join us.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Very good. Thank you. Then we'll move on. On our next item is our proclamation. This is Public Works Week. Happy Public Works Week here in Coconino County. And this is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating May 21st, 2023 through May 27th, 2023 as Public Works Week here in Coconino County. And joining us, I think I saw Ray Garcia popping. Oh, there he is. Hey, Ray, how are you this morning?
I'm good, Madam Chair. How are you?
Good, good. It's great to have you with us. And I know that on behalf of Public Works, you're going to read our proclamation for us this morning. So please proceed.
Will do. Thank you very much. Whereas public works services are an integral part of our residents' everyday lives, contributing to making our communities a great place to live, work, and thrive. And whereas Coconino County Public Works exemplifies this year's theme of connecting the world by responding to pressing challenges such as the record-breaking snowstorms this past winter and emergencies like the tunnel, pipeline, and haywire fires, and subsequent post-wildfire flood mitigation efforts. By our commitment to inclusivity, innovation, and collaboration, and our dedication to public and workplace safety. And whereas the Public Works team and activities reach all corners of Coconino County, from Fredonia to Blue Ridge, from Williams to Mormon Lake, from Munch Park to Kaibito, and the northern lands of the Navajo Nation, to maintain over 1,000 miles of roadways and infrastructure across a vast and spectacular landscape. And whereas the efficiency of highly skilled and dedicated team members with a broad range of professional experience and knowledge who staff public works divisions is materially influenced by the public's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. And whereas the promises made in Proposition 403 empower public works to continue investments in efficient snow removal operations, roads, capital improvement plan projects, pavement preservation projects, and equipment purchasing programs that extend the service life and quality of our strategic assets and contribute to the health, safety, and comfort of our residents and visitors. And whereas the National American Public Works Association has declared the fourth full week of May as National Public Works Week. And this year will be recognized during the week of May 21st through the 27th, 2023. And whereas Coconino County Public Works strives to create a culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion to reflect the values of our county and the communities we serve. And whereas we are the Public Works team. Nosotros somos el equipo de obras públicas. Hat in ig e dinek e hat in ba nidil nish. Therefore, be it resolved that we do hereby recognize May 21st through May 27th, 2023 as Public Works Week and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to reflect upon and acknowledge the positive contributions that Public Works makes every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life in Coconino County.
Very good. And here's what I'm going to ask is for us to go ahead and take a motion and a second. Or have a motion on this, and then after the motion, turn this back over to Ray or Christopher, and then turn it over to the board members for comments, if that will work. So at this time, and thank you, Ray, for reading that, I would entertain a motion to declare May 21st through May 27th as Public Works Week here in Coconino County for our hard-working Public Works Department. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by, I think it was vice chair, or was it, I think 3 people were me. I tell you, it's a.
So move.
All
For you
right.
to determine that, Chair, your favorite super.
I went first.
All right,
I'll second. That's fine.
we have a motion by Supervisor Begay, because she's next door to me. And a second by vice chair to declare this Public Works Week here in Coconino County. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is. And with that, I'm going to ask Christopher, our Public Works Director, or Ray, if you'd like to make some comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to our board members who I know want to make comments.
Chair Horseman, thank you for the opportunity. And we just really want to recognize our Public Works team and the great work that they do. When Mother Nature is at its worst, we ask them to be at their best. And it's been a spectacular year for snow and floods and fires. And they've really stepped up and served well. And so excited to recognize them this week. We have Public Works Day on Thursday. We have some rodeo events, equipment rodeo type events on Wednesday, and we're really coming together as a team this week. Thank you.
All right, Ray, any comments?
No, thank you so much for the opportunity to read the proclamation and for approving that. Greatly appreciate it.
Very good. And I know members of the board will make some comments. So we work closely with Public Works. Members of the board, Vice Chair, you want to start us off?
Sure, thank you. Well, it was a great honor to be able to recognize our Public Works team today. Thank you, Ray, for reading the proclamation. You're braver than I trying to pronounce some of those words. Good job. But I really appreciate all the hard work that the Public Works team puts in. I mean, if you think about it, just in this last year, you know, dealing with all the emergencies and the flooding and opening up the roads post flooding, and then just the snow melt. Well, first the snow removal, and then snow melt, and then the maintenance required to keep some of these roads open for our communities in the rural areas. And you know, it's your team putting in the extra hours and really taking it to that next level to make sure that our rural areas have the types of roads that they need and are able to access the areas that otherwise they wouldn't through Public Works's efforts. And so again, I just really appreciate all the hard work, all the extra hours. You know, whenever there was the fires as well, there was always Public Works folks out there, you know, making sure that the road, helping with closures, and you know, they're always out there when we need them. And so we just really appreciate the opportunity today to recognize Public Works and all their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, since it's Public Works, I have to rub them a little bit. Ray, I didn't recognize you. First I kind of did, but I thought you were a colonel again. You're always a colonel. But I see this nice new haircut that you brought on board. But actually, in speaking in a serious note, you're a great example of new faces, but professionals that we brought on board. Christopher, you're doing a fantastic job. Same thing. You've been there, but new face and new positions. But I'm watching all the programs that you guys are doing, all your people are doing. And first and foremost, I have to say, I'm so proud of all the people that you guys have in Public Works, those on the front lines and those behind the scenes. And to stop and celebrate. There are times people are frustrated or they don't know what's happening with the plows working constantly, but they don't see it out front of their house. That's up to us to help you with messaging with our folks. But we know that people are out there working really hard on our behalf. So I'm just happy to share the moment on celebrating the week and recognizing your department and everybody behind the scenes and the great work that they do. They're true for professionals out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Ray, I need an interpreter here after I'm done with all of my speech that I have this morning. Okay, so anyway, I just want to thank Chris and all his staff, every one of them, for being there. And then also Lucinda, he played a big role in this by going after grants and tirelessly, even with the county staff here. I think it was a team effort. And I just want to say, it's all recognizable and it's evident, that you are all there for the community, whether in the flood and during the floods and during the floods and after the floods. And, there's a lot of things that needed to be done, like the cleanup, the mitigation efforts, and just a lot of things. And then working over and beyond your hours of work, I greatly, greatly appreciate that, from me as a supervisor. So I think, we're all in this together. Steve, thank you for your leadership, making sure that, the staff are out there and that, you're helping in any which way with, plus your other staff here, Andy, and also Sue. So I thank you all very much. And so we know that floods are going to come, whether, it's a nature thing. So we just have to be prepared. As I was driving in from coal mine earlier, I saw all the people out there that are addressing, the possible trenches and stuff like that. So along the roadside. So that I thought that was neat. So thank you so much. And you guys all have a good day. And I appreciate all the work that you guys do. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begay. And just kind of to round it off with the supervisors, I agree with everything that's said. Public Works, we rely so much on you, both as supervisors, because when we receive individual questions from our community members, I would say 75% of them have to do with Public Works and with roads and road maintenance. And you all, knocked it out of the park here this last winter. I received so many wonderful comments from members in our community about the great job on snow removal and just the great job that Public Works does. And you hear the complaints. So I want to make sure you're also hearing all the good news and the good comments that are made. And, this is a weekly department report. I want members of the public this is a weekly report. They're in the process of that Slayton Ranch Road, Rio de Flag Crossing Improvement Project. Huge project, as we all know, because of what happened to Slayton Ranch Road. Kaibab East-West Drainage Improvement Project out there in the far reaches in District 1. They're also looking at the Mount Eldon Lookout Road, Schultz Creek Crossing, also an area that was heavily impacted during the floods. Parks Roads Reconstruction Project along the Garland Prairie Road. And then there is the Snowball Road Drainage Project. And if that isn't enough, they're in the midst of doing pavement preservation and pavement preservation update. And then county road maintenance, just the ongoing maintenance, 600 miles of roads. Is that right, Christopher, that are being maintained? I mean, that's unbelievable. And then, of course, Navajo road maintenance projects that they do, and the grading along sections Navajo 6260 and Navajo Road 6730 roads. And then they get involved in the community cleanups, as Supervisor Begay mentioned. And, you know, just they're involved in such an integral part in, you know, our community, and such an integral part in doing service for all across Coconino County. So Christopher, you and your team, Ray, you guys, you rock it. And, you know, we don't say it enough. We don't thank you enough, but hopefully with this week, you're going to feel honored, and that we want you to know how much we really appreciate you very much. And thank you again. And I don't know, County Manager, you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yep, I had to find the unmuted button. No, all that's been said is very much appreciated. The team continues to do everything that we throw at them and Mother Nature throws at them. And it's a really good team. I want to appreciate all of the individual members of the team. It takes a lot of folks to do all the work that they do. So from the folks in the field, operators, mechanics, those in the shop, you know, the administrative staff, you name it, everyone's out there pulling together. And so really do appreciate everything that you do every day that you do it. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right. So we, with that, we're going to move on, and I hope you feel greatly appreciated, and please pass that on to your great team out there, Christopher and Ray. So members of the board, we're moving along here, and we do have a consent agenda. Members of the public, the consent agenda are items that are more routine or administrative in nature. These are items that can be handled through one motion and one vote of the board. They are done without substantial discussion on any of these matters. However, we, the board, have an opportunity, if we would like to discuss a matter, to pull it from the consent agenda and to handle it separately with discussion and with an individual motion and vote. So members of the board, at this time, I want to ask you, are there items on the consent agenda? And it's a long one. That's why our packet is so big. And it's items number 2 through, it goes on. There are a lot of contracts here, 2 through 34. Are there any items you would like to pull from the consent agenda? I think we should separate item 4 on community initiatives and item 8 on the Grand Canyon National Monument proposal here in Northern Arizona. So I'm going to ask to pull 4 and 8. Any other items to pull, members of the board? I see none. Good. So we have items 2 through 34 with exclusion, separating out items 4 and 8. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
As noted by you, Madam Chair, so moved.
Second.
Moved. And do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. Motion and second for the consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. I love it. Consent agenda has been passed. Item number 4, and I'm going to read this. Item number 4 is consideration of possible action to approve the funding agreement with Glen Canyon Conservancy to provide community initiative funding in the amount of $5,000 from District 5, $1,000 from District 1, and $1,000 from District 2 for a total of $7,000 for the trail mapping project between Glen Canyon National Recreation Area and the Northwest Navajo Nation. And members of the board, this is obviously in District 5. This is Supervisor Fowler's district. And this is a Glen Canyon Conservancy request to help with funding for a trail mapping project that they are in the midst of. And certainly Glen Canyon Conservancy is one of our top tourist attractions here in rural northern Arizona. And so I know both myself and Supervisor Vice Chair Vasquez wanted to join Supervisor Fowler in this project. And I just want the public to know what's going on. It's efforts by the Regional Trails Alliance that are doing a map area trails between Glen Canyon National Recreation Area and Northwestern Navajo Nation. So it sounds like a great program. I can hardly wait to get a copy of the map. It's such a beautiful area. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve this funding agreement and CI funds from District 5 and the other two districts for $7,000 for trail mapping for the Glen Canyon National Recreation Area and Northwest Navajo Nation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
And we have a second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, any other comments? All right, so we'll let Supervisor Fowler know that we are approving our CI monies. So thank you, members of the board. And item number 8, this is an important item. And this is, let me get it. Read. Item number 8 is consideration of possible action to approve resolution 2023-22, calling on President Joe Biden to create the Ba Navajo Ita Kikavani Grand Canyon National Monument in northern Arizona. And that's a couple of indigenous languages that they've included in that national monument. We have before us, members of the board, a resolution calling on President Biden to declare a Grand Canyon National Monument. And I don't know if there's somebody that wants to present this, County Manager. You want me just to continue forward?
Madam Chair, if you could go ahead and read the proclamation, please, if you wouldn't mind.
All right. Members of the board, this is a proclamation. I don't know, I'll be glad to read it, but I'm not sure we need to read the whole proclamation since we have it before you. Do you want me to read it or you have it before you?
If you could read it, Madam Chair, that would, I think it's a special moment.
It is. And if I can, before reading it, just to make it clear that this is for the lands that have been part of the Grand Canyon Protection Act that has been introduced, I would say, for about the last 5 years. Coconino County and the Board of Supervisors have been strong proponents of the Grand Canyon Protection Act to continue with the Obama era prohibition against mining and uranium mining in particular on lands around the Grand Canyon National Park. That has not passed, and so there is an indigenous nations movement to ask for a national monument designating the lands, the same lands that we that were part of the Obama prohibition against mining, that those same lands would be withdrawn through a national monument to protect them now and for eternity from future mining, and specifically future uranium mining, as essential and necessary to protect the Grand Canyon National Park and the beauty and pristine nature of that park and the surrounding lands, as well as the health and safety and welfare of so many people, and especially indigenous people who call the Grand Canyon their home, where it has both cultural and religious significance, as well as for the Havasupai people and the Wallapai people who live there on and near the park. So this is the resolution, and this is the resolution that will be brought back to Washington, D.C. in the first part of June, and to meet with the folks from the White House, encouraging President Biden to create the Grand Canyon National Monument. whereas Grand Canyon has been a special spiritual and cultural place for 11 Northern American indigenous tribes from time immemorial. And whereas the Havasupai tribe, the Hopi tribe, the Kaibab band of Paiute Indians, the Las Vegas band of Paiute Indians, the Moapa band of Paiute Indians, the Navajo Nation, the Paiute Indian tribe of Utah, the San Juan Southern Paiute tribe, the Pueblo of Zuni, and the Yavapai Apache Nation all have ancient ties to the Grand Canyon and the lands and waters around it. And whereas the original stories of those tribes go back directly to the Grand Canyon, and for millennia, their people have utilized and continue to access these lands for ongoing cultural and religious practices. And whereas the Grand Canyon, which President Theodore Roosevelt declared a national game preserve in 1906 and national monument in 1908, in which Congress made an 800,000 acre national park in 1990, is a special place for people around the world who visit it in throngs annually. And whereas Grand Canyon National Park is a significant economic asset for Arizona and the Southwest, and since it is the most visited park in the world, and whereas the Kaibab Plateau that surrounds Grand Canyon also contains numerous sites sacred to Native Americans, and whereas the springs and seeps of the Kaibab Plateau watershed that feeds Colorado River flows through the Grand Canyon are essential water sources for a plethora of unique and sensitive plants and animals of the region, and whereas the Kaibab Plateau is habitat for iconic wildlife such as mountain lions and mule deer, as well as critical for endangered species such as the California condor and desert tortoise, and whereas critical habitat connections between Grand Canyon National Park and Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument in Utah are in the Kaibab Plateau, and whereas the visibility of the Kaibab Plateau watershed is under threat from uranium mining, logging, and other resource extraction industries, and whereas 1,102,501 acres of the National Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management lands around Grand Canyon National Park deserve and need protection from these threats. And whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors adopted Resolution 2008-09 opposing uranium development on lands in proximity of the Grand Canyon National Park by requesting the withdrawal from mining, mineral extraction, and mineral entry on all federal lands in the Tusayan Ranger District of the Kaibab National Forest and lands managed by the Bureau of Land Management and the House Valley Rock, in addition to state trust lands within the Cataract Creek drainage. And whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors adopted Resolution 2019-08, supporting and urging the passage of legislation, the Grand Canyon Centennial Protection Act, to permanently prohibit future mining and other forms of withdrawal and appropriation of public lands in Grand Canyon National Park and its watershed. And whereas the Grand Canyon affiliated tribes have formed the Grand Canyon Tribal Coalition for a national campaign urging Joe Biden to use his authority under the Antiquities Act to designate those watersheds around Grand Canyon National Park as the Baja, Navajo, Ita, Kinnickinnic, Grand Canyon National Park. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby resolves that it supports the call for President Joe Biden to designate more than 1 million acres of federal land around Grand Canyon Park as the Baja, Navajo, Ita, Kinnickinnic Grand Canyon National Monument, passed and adopted this 23rd day of May 2023. And it's for us, the Board of Supervisors. I do note there may be a typo on here unless I missed it. I believe that the Navajo Nation was excluded under the whereas, including the indigenous tribes. I think that's a typo and a mistake. They are part of the Grand Canyon Tribal Coalition, and they are very much a part of this resolution. So I would ask that with that amendment, they be included as part of this resolution. And with that, I'm going to ask,
Madam Chair, another typo would be House Rock Valley, not House Valley Rock.
thank you. Thanks,
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I think it has to say all tribes, because there are a lot of people that, even though they're not from the area, they have moved there for years and years and worked there for years and years, and they're still there. So I agree with what you said. Unfortunately, my office was not contacted to donate CI dollars to this effort. And so I was not aware of it. I want that to be shown as a record, and I do fully support anything, all the contents of the resolution and with the amendments that are going to be coming forth. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay, for your comments on that, and it well taken. There are many people, many tribal, indigenous people and tribal nations that do have connection to the Navajo, to the Grand Canyon. And I just noted with particularity that the Navajo Nation was excluded, and obviously that was a mistake. So with those two amendments, Supervisor Begay, are you making the motion to approve this resolution?
Madam Chair, yes, I make a motion that we approve this resolution and to make the two corrections and prior to it being disseminated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All right, I have a second by Matt Ryan. I have a motion and a second. Greg, do you need to talk to us before we take our motion? Is there?
No, I just had a comment after the vote.
All right, all right, thanks. And I'll go to you next. So hold on for just a minute. So we have a motion, we have a second to approve this resolution. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous, and I would ask that the corrections be made to the resolution. I'd also am going to request that the resolution be placed in wonderful formatting and on good paper. And if members of each of the supervisors can be here sometime this week to personally sign it. If we cannot do that, we will go ahead and do it through a stamp, but I would love it if we could personally sign it. Members of the board, this resolution will be carried with the Grand Canyon Trust and with the Wilderness Society and through Coconino County to the White House the first week in June. I think it's June 8th, asking for the creation of this resolution. So if we could get individual signatures, that would be very helpful. Will that work for everybody? Okay, I know Supervisor Begay and I are here now, and
I would say yes.
all right, very good. Good, perfect. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Gregory Nelson. I know Gregory has been working, he and Keith have been working hard on this. So please, Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, where is the Navajo Nation excluded and where do you want that put in? Because in the second whereas they're listed there, just wanted to clarify that for any revisions going.
Oh my God, I didn't see it. I apologize. I just was going too fast for my own good. So I'm sorry.
Excellent. And then we'll get the typo changed with the House Rock Valley. Apologies for that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I was going too fast and I didn't see it. So
thank you, Madam Chair, and we'll prepare the resolution for signature for presentation in Washington in 2 weeks. So thank you.
That sounds great. Thanks so much. And Gregory and Keith, thank you for all your help on this. I know it's been a wonderful project that Representative Grijalva did reach out to Coconino County for our involvement and did reach out as part of the 11 Indigenous Tribal Coalition that he has been kind of spearheading from the congressional part on this. And there was a wonderful opportunity to deliver our support from our past resolutions to the Department of Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, who visited the Grand Canyon to see for herself, not that she didn't already know about the beauty of it up there. So Coconino County will continue to take a strong advocacy role as we move forward for a national monument. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, it is exciting to pass this resolution. And I think over time, actually, we started our effort back in the early 2000s and have continued acknowledging that Grand Canyon is a national heritage site. The protection of the watershed from mining is critical, and even more so, the latest development, inclusiveness associated with it really helped shape this really well for the designation. Also, and I think you meant to do this, Madam Chair, but I know Senator Sinema's office has been quite involved in this as well. And so, yeah, acknowledging Representative Grajava, Senator Sinema, in moving forward with this is very important. But many people throughout our county and even beyond, much more so beyond, have noted the national treasure, how important it is, and it's time for this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank you for calling that out. Senator Sinema and her staff have been very involved in this as well. So other comments, members of the board? All right, with that.
Sure, I'd like some comments. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Having
Vice
trouble
Chair.
with my mute. Yes, can you hear me okay?
We hear you great.
All right. I just want to say I'm really happy that we're putting in this resolution. I mean, besides all the facts of the importance to the cultural importance to Indigenous peoples of the area that we want to respect, and for various tribes, it's their place of emergence or a place where very sacred over thousands of years. But in our modern context, we also have to think of not just protecting our Indigenous folks and their Indigenous sacred landscapes, but also our water for all of us. I mean, the Grand Canyon watershed provides water for 40 million people over 7 states. And right now we're talking about groundwater issues, and our watershed is so crucial and so important. And we just can't risk some kind of accident happening on the outskirts of the national park. Right now there's some mining operations allowed just on the edge of the park, and we're told that there isn't a risk or that it won't affect the watershed. But how can we risk that when we have water as one of our most precious commodities? We don't have a lot of it in this area, and the Colorado River watershed is so crucial for the area. And so it just makes sense to protect this land through this monument. And I hope we're able to succeed to protect this watershed for all peoples moving forward for generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. And you're exactly right. Such important for all of us. Other comments, questions? Otherwise, thank you. And with that, we will bring that forward to President Biden. And I'm sure that the board and Coconino County will continue to be involved in a leadership role as this moves forward. And hopefully this moves forward. So thank you. And let's move on in our agenda. And we have a lot of consent items on this agenda. Our next item is for the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And we must move as and become a director of the Flood Control District. Do I have a motion?
So
Move.
I'll move.
You guys were a
I'll
little slow.
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Supervisor McKay made a motion. Supervisor Ryan seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors and members of the Board of Directors. We do have a consent agenda. It's just one item. If we want to discuss it, we should remove it from the consent agenda. Otherwise, do I have a motion to accept item number 35 to approve Amendment 3 to the CMAR 2023-107 Construction Manager at Risk contract for Wapatke's Trails and Brandis Flood Mitigation Project as more clearly set forth in the agenda? Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion to accept the consent agenda by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Is unanimous. We have passed the consent agenda item.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We must now resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We motion and a second.
Second,
And all those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. We now must resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion by Supervisor Brigade. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Health District Board of Supervisors, our Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we are the Board of Directors for the Health District. We have 3 items on the consent agenda, and as I indicated, these are more ministerial or administrative in nature. Does anybody want to remove an item from the consent agenda? And if not, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Brigade to accept the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. You're slow today, Matt. All those in favor of approving the Public Health District consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Members of the board, we must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Brigade. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now we have to become the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion
Second.
by Vice Chair, second by Judy Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All right, unanimous. We're the Jail District Board of Directors. We have 2 items on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair, second by Judy Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So, members of the board, we now need to, did we resolve back as the Board of Supervisors? We need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
We have a motion and a second by Supervisor Ryan. Those in favor of being the Board of Supervisors again, signify by saying aye. We are now the Board of Supervisors. In case we have an identity problem, we are the Board of Supervisors. And we are moving on, and we have some discussion items. The first discussion item is regarding state and our federal legislative and or administrative matters. And this is our county manager.
And with that, Gregory Nelson is going to give you an update on a few things that are in his rearview mirror. So Gregory, can you go ahead, please?
Yes, thank you, County Manager, Chair Horstman, and board members. Just starting on the state side, Governor Hobbs has been vetoing right along and has vetoed 94 bills as of today, far surpassing Governor Napolitano's record of 58. We have been sending out mostly weekly updates on that veto report, as well as an enactment report, so you can see the policy items that the governor has taken veto action on, as well as policy items that she's signed. We'll continue to provide that report. Right now, the legislature at the state is adjourned until June 12th with flexibility to come back into session. Though we've heard that this break could continue where they would, come into session for a week or so and then adjourn another month or so. So we're watching that. There is some impact along that line. And if they don't sine die, there is no enactment date or effective date for legislation, which is prescribed in the Constitution 90 days after sine die. So we're watching that because any bill that doesn't have an emergency clause would not be effective until they sine died. And so we've heard that the legislature intends to come back to work on some key issues, including Proposition 400, the repeal of the residential rental tax, Senator Kaiser's bills around zoning, cottage food bills, and more. And today is the 135th day of session. So we'll be continuing to monitor that and working with our LPC rep, Supervisor Ryan, for any LPCs that arise. And we've also provided budget highlights. As you know, the governor signed the budget on May 13th, I believe. It was a bipartisan budget. As indicated in the updates, some of our priorities did not receive funding, including the wildfire emergency response line item within DFFM, nor direct appropriations through the RTAC bill for US 89 or 180. However, of 367 million allocated for transportation projects, 85% of that is going to Greater Arizona, and the NACOG region saw 7 projects funded for a total of $100 million, including 76 million for I-17 expansion between Anthem and Black Canyon City. And there was also an additional 3.1 million added to the roundabout project in Page. So the NACOG region did see significant resources. Another key highlights of the budget is 12.5 million, which has been appropriated from the State Highway Fund to the State Match Advantage for Rural Transportation Grant Fund, or the SMART Fund, as well as 25 million to the Rural Broadband Accelerated Match Fund. And those were critical priorities of CSA. EORP relief was not taken up by the legislature. And so we're continuing to look at that through the CSA piece, and more about that this week at the CSA board meeting. Near and dear to our Parks and Recreation Department is the Arizona State Parks Heritage Fund, which received a $6 million appropriation. And then rural county sheriffs received an appropriation up to 2.5 million, with Coconino County eligible up to 21%, which is about 525,000 for search and rescue equipment. And so that was funded. On the federal side, all eyes are on Congress and the administration to see if cooler heads will prevail and stave off a debt ceiling crisis that could begin as soon as next week. President Biden and Speaker McCarthy have not reached an agreement on Monday on how to raise the government's $31.4 trillion debt ceiling, with just 10 days before a possible default that could sink the US economy, but they have vowed to continue talking. Treasury Secretary Yellen warned that it's highly likely that the Treasury Department will not be able to pay its obligations as early as June 1st if the government defaults on its debt. So Republicans are at the table. They want discretionary spending cuts, new work requirements on SNAP in the ages of 50 to 56 years old, and the clawing back of COVID-19 aid approved by Congress, but not yet spent in exchange for a debt ceiling increase. Democrats want to hold spending steady at this year's levels in 2024 rather than cut government spending, as outlined in the Republican plan, which includes significant cuts. And so Speaker McCarthy and President Biden have signaled that they intend to continue working until a deal is reached, but some House Republicans have suggested that a deal isn't close. And so a lot of uncertainty remains. And to that end, we have prepared a memo on a possible impact of the stoppage of federal funds, and we'll be working with County Manager Peru on the deployment of that memo, reaching out to our departments, gauging possible impacts. We're anticipating that if the default would occur, there would be a stoppage of federal cash flow. However, we're not sure on where that stoppage will arise. We've heard from Secretary Yellen that they would prioritize paying government salaries for employees, Social Security, and veterans benefits. However, we've never been in a situation like this before in modern times. And so while the effect could be similar to a shutdown, we're not quite sure on which cash spigots get cut off first, if you will. And so, basically, while a federal shutdown involves the lack of passage of budget authority for US government operations, in this case, if raising the debt ceiling does not occur, we could see a similar impact to that of a shutdown, as the government would not have cash on hand to meet its obligations. But again, this is not a lack of budget authority. So some of the provisions that were passed after the last shutdown, guaranteeing retroactive back pay, would not apply, for example. And so we're working on that memo and hope to work with County Manager Peru for its deployment. So we have a full impact to accounting of possible interruptions of federal funding. We have reached out to our federal partners like Grand Canyon National Park, Glen Canyon National Park, Navajo Nation, as well as Hopi Tribe to see what sort of impacts they may be anticipating. We've not heard back from Grand Canyon. However, Glen Canyon noted that there have not been directed to anticipate a change of operations at this point. So we're closely monitoring this issue. There's been some discussion that this will, work itself out. However, with 7 days left, we're seeing the House Republican caucus digging in and an inability to reach a compromise at this point. And we'll, of course, keep the board appraised going forward as developments occur. But it's something to watch, as a debt ceiling and default impact will have widespread reverberating consequences throughout the U.S. economy, on the U.S. dollar, as well as increased borrowing costs going forward should we even get close to that, because last time we got close, we saw a downgrading of the U.S. credit score, for example, from AAA to AA. So there will be ramifications, but we're in the process of understanding those, outlining those, and we'll provide future communications as it relates to this issue. And with that, we'll take any questions.
All right. Any questions? Well, since you gave such a complete one, can you tell us how we could go ahead and take care of the stalemate we've got in Washington, D.C. on our credit?
I was going there, Madam Chair.
I wish I had a
Fix it.
panacea of options, but in speaking with our federal advocacy partners, Bob and Anna, yesterday, they pretty much said at this point, it's internal meetings, and whether the president and the Democrats can reach a compromise with the Republicans that's palatable to both. But with the growing differences of opinion between the two sides, it's going to be quite difficult to reach an agreement, but we're hopeful. So we'll continue to keep you appraised of those developments. I wish I had a panacea.
Madam Chair, if I can make a couple comments on the federal situation.
Yes, manage it, please.
So our county, like many local governments, is highly dependent on federal funds through grants, allocations, et cetera. And so we're monitoring, Gregory and Keith are monitoring this very closely. Worst case scenario would be that if grant funds are frozen, we would want to make sure from the finance side of that, what impact does that have to us? And then also with flood control district, we have a lot of federal money that's coming through the system for projects. And so again, worst case scenario is that we would have an interruption of the funding flow, which of course would have a ripple effect to our county. So again, monitoring very closely, Gregory is working with the departments who have the relationships with each of the funding agencies because of the grant recipient status. And so a lot of communication is taking place in that regard. So again, we certainly hope that does not occur, but if it does in fact happen, again, as I indicated, the county, like many local governments, receives a considerable amount of funding through the federal system. Thanks.
Thank you, County Manager. Yes, this could quickly dissolve into a crisis if in fact they don't get this taken care of. So other comments, questions, members of the board?
Just, Madam Chair, one quick point. I did reach out to Sarah Benatar, Treasurer Benatar's office, and she noted that her office does have enough liquidity at this time to help fire districts and other districts and the county if payouts from the federal government are stopped for a temporary period. So just wanted to note that Treasurer Benatar did share that information with me when I reached out to her.
Thank you. All right, other comments, questions, Vice Chair?
Yeah, just I guess we got to just hold on to the side of the raft and go with the flow and see what happens. It's kind of scary, but hopefully cooler heads will prevail and they'll come up with some kind of compromise. Thank you.
Thank you for your optimism, Vice Chair. Other comments? Otherwise, let's move along. We do have discussion and review of a planning calendar, and I know County Manager, it's summer coming up, and I know there are some summer vacations that are being scheduled, and I know we're trying to keep our calendars all together. So I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, working with the weeks ahead. I'm going to highlight just some few items, not go over every single item, but of course, we're here today on the 23rd, taking care of the agenda. The 6th, the items to highlight there is going to be, Gregory will be back to talk about the NACO resolutions. And so we'll be whittling those down. And so that's going to be an important discussion on the 6th as well. Adoption of the tentative budget, another equally important. So that's when the tentative budget, as we presented to you during the budget deliberations taking place, that is going to happen on the 6th. And then after that, we do have a public hearing on our financing project, the financing package that we presented to the board during budget. And so those will be important discussions. I know that from a scheduling standpoint, Supervisor Ryan and Chair Horstman will be traveling. And so we will be working around their schedules. And I think we have, based on the time that we've indicated here, that accommodates your travel schedule so that you can also participate fully in the discussions on the 6th. Going down to the 13th, we'll have an executive session receiving advice from attorneys on the short-term rental ordinance that's been in progress for some time now. And then an also important discussion is going to be board interviews for the communications director, with the direct involvement that each of you have with communications here at the county. Asked each board member to participate in meeting the candidates, and that's going to be taking place on the afternoon of the 13th. The evening discussion on 13th, the resolution, we have a resolution that we need to submit naming the CFO, Siri Mullaney. Basically, it's a ministerial discussion or action that we need to file this resolution with the Auditor General. And then from there, we do have a public hearing on modification of operating hours for medical marijuana dispensaries, and that's a community development item. The 20th of June, there is going to be Health and Human Services is going to be having a COVID response recognition for our stakeholders and collaborators that have helped us throughout the COVID response effort. And so that is going to be taking place at the amphitheater on June 20th. I think it's a morning event, I believe at 9 o'clock. And so we're getting all the information. Kim's department is coordinating that event on the 20th. From there, we will be having, because of the timing of our resolutions with regard to the financing, we have a special session of the board on June 21st for the financing package. And I know, Chair, that conflicts with your schedule, but we'll be looking into that to see if there's any wiggle room there. If not, we will need to have that special session on June 21st.
If the June 21st is a statutory date, the earlier in the morning we can schedule that, the better for me.
Okay.
If we do it 8 o'clock in the morning, that would, I'll make it work if that's
Okay.
statutory.
Okay, that very good. And Lindsay, if you can take note, looked into that with Siri.
And Madam Chair, if I may, just quickly to note that I will not be available. And so, but I know we do have a quorum. We looked at, the intent of this. I understand it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you. June 27th, you see here, let's see, folks, Chair will be joining us virtually. Mr. Supervisor Ryan is out of town. The big items there, I will say, of course, is going to be the adoption of the final budget, as well as the truth and taxation hearing that's taking place, and that's at 6 o'clock that evening. And so that'll be the big event then. From there, June 28th, we have the NACO Fellowship Tour that will be in Coconino County, and Gregory and Keith are working on that project very closely with the chair. So there's some activities there. And then the board goes on break during the month of July. However, I do want to also make note that the NACO National Conference is going to be held on July 21st, I think, through the 23rd. So we will be posting that for quorum participation by the board for those that are attending. And I think that's all. I take it through the end of at least our fiscal year. Any question?
Steve, I have a couple if I can. So I know we, the board, talked about a bond, possibility of a capital bond.
Yeah.
And are you planning to bring that back to the board if so, when?
Those are the public hearings we just went over. If you go back up to the 21st, that's related to the financing issue, which is our capital bond.
Okay, and it would be good to have, let's make sure we have legal available for all of that. I want to make
Yeah,
sure.
we'll have legal as well as bond counsel.
Yeah, and so the earlier we can on the 21st, the better.
Got it.
Yeah, if that's the statutory date, otherwise if we can do it before, that would be great.
Okay, we'll work with
Um,
Okay.
All right, and any other comments, questions, members of the board?
Just one, Madam Chair. I'll be traveling, but I think I'll be able to, I'm going to attempt to, I think I can be here for the tentative budget approval on the, I think, is that the final? When's the final and when's the tentative?
Tentative is on the 6th.
Okay.
Final on the.
And the 6th, I'm trying to break away. I'm at a presentation in Albuquerque. I'm going to try and break away and see if I can be there for the vote. We'll see how that works out. I know we will have a quorum present. I know we've done the budget, understand it, and support it. As far as the final budget, I'll be just getting back and I'll attempt to be there for the vote, but similar situation. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, and I'll be in DC, but thank you for scheduling that late in the afternoon because it'll be in the evening, so I should be in attendance, so that should not be a problem. And then the only other thing I'm going to bring up is I know we've been talking about this, and that is that we need to take a look at the chair vote, time to rotate the chair position. And so I would like to look at a time, either we can do it before the break or after the break. It may be with everybody all moving parts, it may be better to do after the break, but I'm going to leave that up to the rest of you on what your thoughts are on that, because we should schedule that.
Right.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Go ahead.
Supervisor Ryan?
if I could make a suggestion,
Yeah.
I'm really going to be challenged. I mean, you can always do it without me here, but I would prefer to be here.
Yeah,
And if that's the case, I would say that the second meeting in August would make sense rather than before, just because I'm not going to be here in the June meetings, nor the first meeting of August, Madam Chair. But I shouldn't inhibit others if there's a desire to do it sooner. Thanks, Madam Chair.
for the chair, I'd certainly like to have the whole board present. I mean, that would make the most sense. So is there any objection if we look at that second meeting in August? Does that look, I know we aren't voting or anything, but I'm just trying to see if I can get comments from the board.
Yeah, I agree. I think that all 5 of us should be present for the vote in the conversation. So I'm okay with August 8th as the meeting.
Madam
Judy?
Chair,
Yes, Judy.
I totally agree, that we should wait until all 5 board members are and after the break. Our so-called break in July. Which is never the case. Okay.
Thank you. All right. So County Manager, if we can kind of schedule that for the August 8th would be great.
We'll put it on there. No problem.
Thank you.
Lindsay, was there else that we need to note on the planning calendar before we move on?
No, Manager Puri, I'll just check in with Siri on that June 21st financing item.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do what I need to do, on that 21st, but I'm supposed to be on the road, so the earlier the better. So.
Thank you.
All right, moving along, members of the board. Thank you with that. And thank you for that planning calendar. We have our next item of business is discussion and update from county manager regarding possible community, regional and or administrative matters. So, county manager.
Sure, just quickly, one item, actually, I'm up here on page today. Supervisor Fowler is with the National Association of Counties Economic Mobility Leadership Network. And the committee is comprised of supervisors, 20-some supervisors from across the country. And they are being, of course, here in Page for the next couple of days, receiving briefings on a number of different items. And so there are a lot of field trips involved. But we're up here this week in Page supporting that effort with Supervisor Fowler. And I know last week with your roundtable, you can report on last week's conference in Utah as well. So again, I think those are the two big things that are happening relative to events here at the county. And so I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, county manager. Any other comments, questions? I know, Greg, you've got, I don't know if you want to report on just the NACO fellowship, or if we should do that next time.
Madam Chair, it's up to you. We can certainly give a quick overview of that if you would like. If there's time, I'm happy to do so.
Should we do it now, Steve, or should we do, okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gregory. Let's let, I think it's important for the board to know that they've asked the Coconino County to be one of the host counties for the NACO fellowship. So just give a brief overview if you can, Greg.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. So NACO last year, through their leadership of their board of directors, of which Supervisor Fowler serves on their board, and Matt Chase, the executive director, launched a new initiative called the Federal Fellowship Initiative. And so Coconino County is part of the first year of that. Last fall, they went to Urban County in Miami-Dade. And then this spring, summer, they're coming to a rural county, Coconino. So they're actually coming to Arizona. They'll be visiting Maricopa and Yavapai counties first. And then they'll be coming up here for a program to discuss and learn from what counties are doing with directed federal funding through ARPA, as well as some of our other federal funds, for example, our flood control mitigation funds that were received through the Forest Service, as well as the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. So we've organized a robust tour here in Coconino County for these folks. It's about 25 policy staffers at the congressional, White House, and agency level, bipartisan, bicameral. And so we're really having a great opportunity to engage with a unique set of individuals and staffers at the leadership level across the federal government. And so in Coconino, they'll be coming to the NACET facility on the morning of Thursday, June 29th. Sorry, let me go back. That evening, prior to that, on June 28th, they'll be having a dinner briefing at the trustees' residence at Lowell Observatory, learning about the importance of dark skies with Dr. Jeff Hall there, as well as Chair Horstman, kicking that off, giving an overview of our dark sky ordinance, and then how Lowell is driving dark sky tourism, scientific research, and just building such a wonderful facility up there that's currently underway. So folks will have that unique opportunity to hear about that. That's something very unique to Coconino County, as well as our nexus with our national security installation, the Navy Observatory, and how important those dark skies are. And then the following day, we'll have a briefing at NACET where they'll hear from Chair Supervisor Fowler, as well as Sheriff Driscoll and the Pathways to Community program, and Director Musselman on her role as launching some of that ARPA funding, and then how we're mirroring those funds up to develop programs and services in our county, as well as hearing from Chris Pasteurs on some of the economic development initiatives around REPI, for example, and then finishing it off with Matt Fowler and his discussions of some of the challenges and opportunities about the broadband funding that didn't necessarily make it up here. And so one of the stories we'll be talking about is how important direct federal funding is to counties, and that we're wise fiscal managers of those funds and can implement projects on the ground that have a tremendous benefit to the communities that we serve. And so we'll be having lunch at Buffalo Park, where Jay Smith will join us. We'll walk over from NASET and head over to Buffalo Park, where we can see the museum fire scar. And that'll set the stage for a tour of the flood control district's construction in the Schultz Creek watershed on forest mitigation, as well as the partnership that that project has with the detention basins with the city of Flagstaff's exigency funding that they implemented last end of the summer, early fall with the Schultz Y detention basin. And we'll be joined with Aaron Mayville, the forest supervisor on the Coconino. And so we'll be able to highlight, for example, the Good Neighbor Authority that Coconino County was a leader on in 2018 to get that into effect to really implement the projects on forests that we're using that for. And so Julie Lead will be there from the flood control district and handling some of those conversations as well. And then we'll load up into a bus and head to community development, where we'll Jess McNeely will be giving a briefing of our comprehensive plan and renewable energy ordinance. And we'll gear up with having Mr. Billy Cordasco, President and CEO of Babbitt Ranches, join the tour. And we'll head out to the renewable energy project that was recently approved by you out there on his ranch, and learning about the implementation of the wind project, how the comprehensive plan has driven land use decisions within the county to keep parcels whole, large land parcels like Babbitt Ranches whole, and then working with our community to ensure that planning and projects going forward reflect community desires and needs as we transition the economy to renewable energy. And so we'll be joined there by Mr. Cordasco, who will give an overview of Babbitt Ranches and its long time and historical operation within the county as one of the most progressive ranches in the nation. And so we're really looking forward to sharing his story with these folks. And then we'll be on the ground with the senior project manager of NextEra Energy, which is leading the development of the wind project, and then Prairie Handy Site, which is actually working with the contractor Blattner, who's implementing. And so all board members are invited to attend dinner on June 29th at 6 o'clock at the Nordic Village, where we'll be also on Babbitt Ranches, where we can discuss the recreational economy and kick that off. Have a wonderful outdoor dinner there from 6 to 8. And that'll conclude pretty much the Coconino portion of the visit. They will be here the next day, but we'll be touring Salt River Project, CC Cragen restoration project from the air using helicopters. So the agenda that's been put together is going to showcase 3 counties in Arizona: Coconino, Yavapai, and Maricopa. And we have quite a significant piece of that where we'll be able to highlight some of our great, wonderful partnerships with the federal government, as well as the great leadership of our senators and former Congressman O'Halloran in delivering needed funding to our county to see how that funding is making a real difference in improving lives and public safety as a result of the post-wildfire flooding that we've experienced. And so with that, happy to take any questions. And Keith is here as well, so I'll unblur my background because Keith has been playing an integral role in helping this as well. And so any questions we're here to answer. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to highlight this.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, and thanks for the overview. You both have really done a great job. I just want to be part of that fellowship. I mean, this agenda is like so cool. It's really a wonderful opportunity for those that will participate, and a great opportunity for Coconino County to talk about things that are near and dear to our hearts. So, and just members of the board, the event, Billy Cordasco is opening up the Nordic Center, which many of you probably have been to, for the Coconino County to be able to utilize for a barbecue dinner. And Julie Sullivan and her band will be playing. It's going to be a nice, very informal, celebratory dinner. And I really hope that every board member can be there. I think it's a great opportunity to meet them, but it'll also be an opportunity for a good time to be had by all. So I hope the board members can join us. And I think Lindsay will have this a quorum posting, so we don't have a problem with that. So.
And Madam Chair, I will share, once we have we're still working through draft agendas, but we'll of course send out the final agenda to all board members so they're aware of this unique opportunity that's occurring in our county.
Absolutely. So, all right, very good. Thank you. That's anything else that we have? Otherwise, we'll move along to round table. We're right on time. I can't believe it. So, members of the board, now is the time for round table. I know it's been 3 weeks of budget, so, but we have had a couple of events that have occurred. So I know people are going to want to share some of what they've been doing. So Vice Chair, I'm going to turn it to you first. So.
Why did I know that was coming? Good morning, everyone. So it's been a busy couple of weeks. As mentioned, we had budget hearings, but life didn't end with budget hearings. So there were some meetings that were going on before and after on those days. In particular for me, some of the things I've been working on is I had the opportunity with Supervisor Begay to attend the Mountain Lion Board and TAC joint meeting last week, and we reviewed the 2024 budget and developed the strategic plan. I also had the opportunity last week to attend the Water Utility Leadership Forum, and that was held by the NAU Municipal Water Users Association. It was really interesting hearing some presentations about what's going on with water in Mojave County and some of the aquifers and access to groundwater. And so, going back, making that tie with the Grand Canyon watershed just illustrates why it's so important and so crucial that we protect our watersheds. Yesterday I attended the RTAC board meeting. RTAC stands for Rural Transportation Advocacy Council, and we discussed in particular the direction of 2024 legislative direction. And so that's where I made a plug, pointed out and made a plug that our drainage improvements for 180 and 89, but in particular 89 didn't get funded, and that for next year we really like to push to get those included. It's great that we got all the different funding for rural transportation as we did, but it's very disappointing that we weren't able to get some of our drainage improvements included in there. Let's see. There have been quite a few city council meetings that I attended. Last week was pretty interesting. I think I had 4 community meetings of the 5 nights. I attended the first on the 15th, attended the Spruce Wash flood mitigation efforts and made some comments and kind of opened it up and talking about the new developments that they'll be putting in the museum flood area. In particular, right next to Linda Vista and Paradise, the detention basins that they're going to start constructing. Did attend the NAH meeting, city council meeting, and didn't make comments this time, but did listen and observed, and was there till midnight that night. So that was quite a long night. I also, let's see, also attended the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association meeting and identified volunteers for the comprehensive plan committee as we're going through that process. And then let's see, met with Stony Park Fernwood Timberline co-chairs and listened to some of their concerns about finishing up the area plan. So there's more to come there, and we'll have that conversation as it comes to the planning and zoning, and then later on to the board. Let's see, there was the corridor meeting for I want to say Peaceful Way on the 17th. I'm forgetting which one it was. There was so many events where we're talking about the corridors and some of the construction efforts. In this particular case, it's one of the corridors that didn't get mitigation with Schultz, and so we're working on getting right away so we can start the engineering. That's where it's difficult, because some of our corridors where we don't have engineering from before, we have to start from ground zero. So projects can't move as fast as the community would like in those areas, but we're working on it, and hopefully we'll get the right of ways we need so we can do engineering and get some of these projects going as soon as possible in the spring or in the summer of next year. Let's see what else. We had the wildfire awareness community meeting Friday night at the Orpheum. That was a good event, good videos shown about the effects of wildfire and some of the things that we need to do to adjust our forests and why it's so crucial. I don't know if that presentation is available online, if it was recorded that evening, but if it is, I definitely recommend to watch it. And if it's not, I definitely recommend that we put out the videos about fire that were shared that evening. Let's see, I also attended the Coconino County, the community college commencement for arts and science in the morning, and that was really cool. Although it was really funny because last year I went to the afternoon graduation, but all the people that I knew graduated in the morning. And then this year, so I tried to go morning, and this year all the people I knew graduated in the afternoon. So it's kind of funny how that works sometimes. I did have the opportunity to participate in the Hispanic Convocation for Coconino High School and give the keynote address, and that was a lot of fun because I graduated from Coco, and so just tried to inspire the kids and give them, let them know that you don't have to have it all figured out when you're 18. Life takes some curious twists and turns. Also had the opportunity to go to Northland Prep Academy and talk to some high school students about being a supervisor, what that entails, some of the projects that we work on, and just kind of share with them what it is to be a public servant at the Board of Supervisor level. And then had the opportunity to go to the Carol Dykes retirement celebration and present the proclamation for her and recognize her for all her hard work with United Way. And so that was a lot. Didn't expect it to be that much, but so those are the main things that I've been working on in these last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. District 3.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm still trying to figure it out, Rob, but I'm glad you gave that presentation to the Coconino students out there on that. Just rip through quite a bit. As we know, and we had noted during the calendar, short-term rental discussion is coming up. It looks like we're going to have to extend it to go through and get it out to the public so that it'll carry over beyond our break and come back, which is good. We need to get it out to people, make sure we do it right. Might take a little bit longer than we're always hoping to do sooner than later, but excited about that. The other one that, I think we've been lining up for the past 4 years, and we were waiting for City of Flagstaff to pass before we would move forward, is our dark skies ordinance. So we do need to bring that one back, just as a note that City of Flagstaff approved theirs. So we should be thinking about that one coming forward. WIR was able to do a presentation and adapt to the REPI folk, because with the joint land use study, it put us in the conveyor belt. We've been able to optimize, use different grants, and continue to use grants. And REPI is one of the types, and they wanted to showcase our county and the types of grants that we've used. And I was there with the director of REPI, as well as Astor Boozer, who we've been working with NRCS, and we saw back in Washington. So it was really neat to share that group and presentation with those two. But it also helps us keep our relations strong as we consider future opportunities. And some possibilities are related to infrastructure and or some of our transportation planning that we're doing, Public Works is doing as it relates to Belmont, and they have in their longer term plan. So it was a chance to connect with some of the group that we network with as well. In the meantime, just hopping into some of the district specific stuff, Signs, continue to try and work with fire districts to help them with digital signs for entrances to communities, working together with our emergency management. We did have a CI go through with Ponderosa, working with Highlands. It's going to cost more, so we might need to bring that one back, have it rewritten so it has a little bit more flexibility of what they can accomplish and can accomplish while working together with us in emergency management. Parks had a presentation on fire prevention. Unfortunately, that's when I came down with COVID and wasn't able to make it. But I hear the presentation went well. A little sparse on people, but we'll continue to work on that and continue to get the messages out, working with our multiple partners, agencies, fire district, Forest Service, and other groups. Let's see, Munns Park Kachina Mountain Air. I guess the big report is bear jaw cleanup was tremendous. And the whole intent with what they do with that particular one, the fire districts in particular, and bear jaw, is they work on that perimeter of the house, get the needles off the roof, pull needles away from the house, a certain amount of space, do some firewise trimming of the trees right by the house or other structures, and put them in these bags that we have, or they provide through those fire districts, and get them out to Willard Springs so that they could be removed as a threat to the community. And it's been building over the years, and it's getting better and better. In the meantime, we have our vouchers, as well as knowing that Willard Springs, Moonset Pit, and the landfill coordination with the vouchers can occur. We'll continue to work on Firewise in those more fire-prone communities for those. So Sedona, just quickly, and it came out of Traffic Matters group as a recommendation to the different Forest Service, City of Sedona, and broader regional partners. But they're getting in the Balti Institute, which is a research group that looks at capacity. And they'll start to do some work in the area. Transportation's a heavy impact, but if anything, if anywhere that we see where intensified impact of visitation occurs, it usually starts in the Sedona area and just broadens itself out throughout our region. And so it'll be interesting to see the type of work that they continue to do. More recently, we've had in the Fort Tuthill, the Overland Expo. I don't know if you guys saw, but it's very successful and pretty exciting. Also, that's occurred. That occurred this past weekend. Good thing is Parks and Rec continues, as you see through their reports, to work on their master plan. Along with that, they're initiating. We'll see this afternoon a forest plan with the natural area in Rogers Lake. In the future, they're hoping to look at the pump house wetlands area and how to have management plans that are inclusive of community as well. But it's really good, that they're proactive and working on those pieces. Then, as you all know, in the city of Flagstaff, City Council approved Northern Arizona Healthcare future site, which is within a mile of my house, within District 3, potential impact to the park. Appreciate all the work Chair's done and other soups as far as us advocating for Fort Tuthill, and continue the dialogue with NAH, not burning bridges so much as working together. How do we look to the future, work together, consider compatibility with each organization? So to be continued with that. Another piece that I had mentioned earlier, a little bit with the calendaring, I, along with the city, along with our staff, Jake Christman and Mark Stento, will be going to the American Astronomers Society in Albuquerque. We're giving a presentation on what we've done with the joint land use study, which led into our zoning education officer, not necessarily enforcement, it could be that, as well as the ordinances that the city just proposed or passed, and then the one that we have as a proposed ordinance as proactive work on dark skies and what it means and how successful it has been within the region. Noting also Flagstaff being the first dark sky community, and we as a county being the first dark sky county, really important presentation that we have there. So there's a lot going on while we're all hopping everywhere around the country to WIR with not just me, all of you on what we're doing. I really appreciate all the work of staff and what they've done and look forward to the summer. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And Supervisor Begay.
That concludes our report here for that's a lot. Yeah, of course, the budget hearings was it took 3 weeks, and so it's been mind-boggling and this and that, a lot of things to think about, and making sure that we carry the services that are needed out there to our constituents and our communities that we serve. So I enjoyed it, and it seems like I think we did a good job, and trying to get it drafted. And so I just I was thankful for the presentations over there. Also, the meeting with the city of Flagstaff regarding museum and spruce wash, Supervisor Vasquez and myself attended that meeting. Basically, all the efforts are being done, and also talking about the areas that were flooded and what kind of tasks are going to be coming forth and how things are at. And I think Lucinda did a real good job with her staff at the meeting. So I just want to say thank you to Lucinda and the rest of the crew over there. And then we also had the Mountain Lion Mountain Lion and TAC joint meeting. I did attend that with Supervisor Vasquez also. And there was a presentation that was done by a firm, basically to help them with some of the plans and even down to their mission statement and things like that. So I think that was very beneficial, because that hadn't been visited for over 20 years or so. So that I thought that was great. And so we did review a lot of their plans, their budgets, and and also they wanted our input in certain areas of the plans that they were developing. So that was a real good meeting, I thought. And then attended the United Way retirement dinner, and I enjoyed that. There's a lot of people that showed up over at Little America, and so Kathy, and so I just want to say thank you, to her for the number of years that she's been heading the United Way. And then we have Liz Archuleta that's in there. She's well versed, and she's very competent in the area. So I feel that it was put into proper hands. So that's how I felt after the meeting. And then also the Supervisor Vasquez and I attended the meeting with the co-chairs of the Donny Park Timberline area plan. And basically
we lost you, Supervisor Begay. Suddenly you went mute.
oh, okay, Matt. But anyway, so we went and attended the Donny Park area plan, met with the co-chairs there, and basically the section of the LU1 that we were talking about was supposed to come back before the board and things like that. So we had that discussion with them, and so I think it's going to pan out real good, and to be finalized, be brought back to the board for approval in that area, and then also to finalize the area plan totally. And of course, planning and zoning will go ahead and bring that back to the board as soon as they can. We also met with the Office of the President and the President, Vice President's office, and some of the issues that we're really advocating for within the communities that we serve is their bridges and certain areas that we want to have the chapters help, us to identify the areas of bridges they may need, culverts, and also cattle guards and guardrails. These are some of the things that, is something that's, for safety issues, we felt that. And then because of the flooding that has happened in Bird Springs and Loop and all areas, within the reservation, all the way to Flagstaff, we wanted to see how we can advocate, on their behalf. So we met with them and talked to them about how we should be partnering, like BIA, NDOT, Coconino County, and others that have the interest also. And then maybe with the Army Corps of Engineers, I think that's going to be happening here soon. And then also we could work together on advocating for federal grants for bridges. As we know, Orlando Teller, Secretary of Interior for Transportation, he was letting us know, plus also Leroy Gishi, that there's a lot of funds out there and hardly any monies are being used by for bridges. And so it's still sitting there. So somehow, like I said, through a cooperative agreement, I think we might be able to assist. We also talked about the roads, and I always keep bringing up this is the Coal Mine Road to Talani Lake is, and how we're going to go forth and moving with that. What was done before, we went all through that. So and then also I think with the MOU that we have, and I think there, BIA is giving us like $200,000+, and then the county had increased theirs from 250 to 500 last year. And so I was talking to them about maybe we could all pitch in the same amount so that it will increase the dollars for us to help our constituents out there, because it's with right now, the county is really putting a lot of resources and funds on other than outside and things like that. So we talked about their TIPP funding. Also, we should have equal distribution of all agency dollars. These are dollars that come down and onto the reservation. But I've talked about this before, where Western Agency really doesn't get that kind of money allocated to them for roads and road improvements or new roads or whatever. So it's all would like in the eastern part of the reservation. And we stressed our concern that I think somehow it should be equally distributed, because we're way behind on Western Agency. And then encourage the communities to do land withdrawals for gravel pits for road maintenance and development, and to open some of the ones that are closed, because during the winter time and to repair the roads, it's really hard to get gravel pits from pits, because a lot of them are closed. Very few are open, but we talked about that too. So the MOU between BIA, county, and NDOT, I kind of mentioned that we could probably have some kind of technical assistance, from various parts. So also Hopi land issues, advocacy again, about just certain issues that come, I think that affects both the Hopi and the Navajo, the land. And then Navajo Housing Authority and also Navajo Nation, talk to them about veteran homes, where the veterans need where do we have a lot of displaced veterans. Some of them are just living with their relatives, and they're homeless, they have no running water, no electricity. And so we kind of mentioned that too. And then for housing for students, right now we always tell our students to go get an education, come back and help us, and yet they're struggling with their rental payments. All of that was brought up also, and the possibility of a trailer court, since they own land right there by Twin Arrows or along that I-40. They should be one of the things that we kind of talked about was make possible trailer courts for students, so that they don't have to pay that much for rent to get educated and then come back and help their their tribes So even an apartment complex, I mentioned that, certain areas have a complex of apartment that are not being used. And, I kind of mentioned what Flagstaff area is doing, that they're refurbishing and, housing different people in there and stuff like that. So met with them on that. And so increasing scholarship appropriations right now, a lot of chapters are only giving like $250, $500 or less in scholarships to students that are in school. And that's really nothing. It's just like a penny drop in a bucket. So we kind of mentioned that, and because of all the increases in prices and everything else. So waste management services, we need to really recreate a solid plan to address trash disposals. And also because right now because the county, when the county had the trash services, I think was kind of maintained, but for now we see a lot of more trash here and there behind but in ditches and stuff like that, because the whole thing has been centralized in for Western Agency in Tuba City, thus leaving out Cameron, Coal Mine, or Tonalea, and also Gap, areas. And we're trying to work with them to see how we can have possibly a truck going, in those directions to, pick up trashes on certain days or something. So that's what we were talking to them about. And then Bob talked about senior citizens, revisiting the agreements that they have with senior citizens. And a lot of times these services, there's no dollars attached to it. So that's the reason why they don't come to fruition. And so all the shortfalls of the programs, that's why a lot of senior citizens are basically closed. And then advocacy for our language. And, maybe they should be teaching our students, maybe 4-year-olds, their native language. And right now, I just feel that, we're losing our language, and I think we really need to talk about it. And also, we need to make sure that families are reinforcing this and language as they learn in schools. Then guns, the safety of the guns out there, a lot of things are happening, and that, we should be careful. I think we need to get that out, even with the public, go on the air and, just anything that we can do to have the people know that these things are going on. And then also the sewer, like for in Tuba City, I know there's a lot of development that people are talking about. They're trying to over in Tuba City, they're talking about expanding the hospital there. Then they're also talking about putting in a pavilion and some kind of athletic center, in Tuba City. And then I know that we're trying to put a building there, and then also others in the area. And here our sewer is the sewer in for Tuba City is to capacity. So, and then in exchange, we have to put new homes out there, but they can't because of that. So right now there's a struggle between like two chapters, as they haven't come to a consensus as to how they're going to be addressing this. So that's an ongoing issue. So chapter certifications, chapter certifications, we do have some. We talked to them on certain ones that didn't have, and the possibility of piggyback writing off of those areas that do have certifications, so that they can get some money directly to their chapter, so they can help the people in a most efficient way and affect real quickly. So, and then there's other talks about the uranium land withdrawal, 6 mile radius, and all these are issues that we kind of brought. How the safety, I think, is and then also the effects that it might bring. There's something that that was discussed with them too. So basically, we did that, and then also we attended the stand down, high country stand down. The National Arizona National Guard recruiting personnel, they were there. And so it turned out really nice. There were a lot of people there for veteran services, what type of services they have. And then also other people that were there for veterans for their schooling fees, as far as scholarships and stuff like that. So I really enjoyed that stand down. So they will be having another one here shortly in Twin Arrows. But after I kind of saw what was going on, I think there was lacking of some of these people were older people that went to war, and I'm thinking that we should be able to maybe have some interpreters there, for some of the tribes that, that would understand if they were told in their own language. And then also on top of that, to see, and then to basically, try to help them maybe fill out the applications there, because people had applications, they were just giving them out. And so there, I just kind of saw that would be something that we might be able to do with the next stand down. So we're going to try and get hold and see if we can get some of that going. So so a lot of advocacy, and then also the Coconino County Flood Control District Management Forest Restoration, Welfare Flooding, attended that meeting also. So I think the presentations were very well done. And so there's a lot that happens every day, calls, and our office is really advocating for, certain parts. And then also, just trying to see, working very well with the council delegate that that's the new council delegate. So we again just attending chapter meetings and planning meetings, still continuing, and that's a lot of work in itself. So, but we are glad to be a part of this team. We're glad to try to advocate and talk with the people and send them to the direction they need to go to. So that's my report. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begay. I'll try to make mine brief here. First and foremost, we were at WIR, and I, with Richard Lund, sit in as one of the two elected representatives from Arizona. As always, it was extremely informative. It was a good gathering of folks from our 15 Western states. And we've added Minnesota. Who knew that was a Western state, but now it is. And had some very good information, speakers, meetings on, of course, forest restoration is a big topic, and of course, flood mitigation and the maintenance of our public lands. We were able to do a tour out in Zion, which was really hadn't been out to Zion for a while, and they've got a great bus system there, heavily utilized, a big part of their recreational economy. So it was very interesting to see that. And I also sit on the Public Land Steering Committee, and we were able to go out and take a look at their Red Rock Valley National Monument area, and really conservation area, and got to get educated a little bit on the desert tortoise, and really good meeting. We, as a WIR board, elected a new second vice president, and that his name is John Peters from Mono County. And probably Matt, you probably know him. He's been a long time WIR board member and very active in NACO throughout the years. And upon returning, was able to take part in the wildfire flooding event at the Orpheum. It was a wonderful event at the Orpheum that was basically run by our flood control district, and Sean Golightly basically hosted and ran the event. Number of people from the community were there, number of tables to talk about things such as flood mitigation, fire safety, how to be fire wise. Not only was our flood control district there, but our emergency manager, Wes Dyson, was there to talk about Ready, Set, Go, and go bags, and the importance for being prepared for emergencies, and quite frankly, for our upcoming monsoon season. And I agree with Vice Chair Vasquez, who attended with me, that it was a great event, and there were some interesting films that were presented on fires. I know they were a little dated, but they were really good. And it'd be great if that could be available online for members of the public to be able to watch. There may be some copyright problems with that, but it was really very, very opened people's eyes to the importance for forest restoration. And a number of scientists talked about what we can do to make a difference to keep our community safe through forest restoration. And also was able to attend an event that occurred at the Grand Canyon National Park last Sunday, where I was able to deliver Coconino County's message in support of the Grand Canyon National Monument with our Interior Secretary, Deb Holland. It was wonderful to meet her. She certainly brings a much different perspective and philosophy and sensibility and heart to her role as Secretary of Interior. And it was really a pleasure to hear her address us and to really express her very deep commitment to our lands. And, also, I'm sure she's going to be carrying our message to President Biden on the National Monument. Was also able to attend CCC graduation. I took the afternoon session this year, and Vice Chair took the morning session. So we just traded places this year, and a big congratulations to the CCC grads. I got to see 100 new nurses graduating from CCC, and I feel we're in good hands, and the future for healthcare is bright, giving these marvelous graduates. And a big shout out and congratulations to all of our graduates, both in the high schools and as well as NAU and of course CCC. And I always appreciate an invite from CCC to attend their graduation. And it's very, very inspirational. And I'm sorry I didn't get to hear your presentation, Vice Chair, to the Hispanic graduates over there at Coconino. I'm sure it was excellent, and what a great opportunity for you. So really glad you were able to do that and participate. We did Metro Plan, of course. We do have a new director who is just filled with all kinds of enthusiasm and inspiration for all of us. And next week we do start our strategic planning. I know both Vice Chair and I sit on that board, and I know we'll be active in that as we move forward. NAH has probably taken more time than we thought it would. We have attended not only the planning and zoning meetings, but also attended the public hearings by the City Council. I know both Vice Chair, myself, and the county, and especially Andy Bertelson and also Cynthia Nemeth, have on behalf of Coconino County, have addressed the City Council and have addressed community concerns about NAH. And Supervisor Ryan, you bring up a really good point. Being able to go out to the Overland Expo and seeing people parking along Beulah. We need to continue to work in partnership, since this is going forward, with them on how we handle transportation out there, especially during community events at Fort Tuthill. And if there needs to be, emergency travel to the hospital. I think we saw firsthand the potential challenges that having a hospital out there next to our regional park presents. So I agree with Supervisor Ryan. We need to sit down and do what we can with NAH and with the City of Flagstaff to ensure that we meet these challenges and do what we can to preserve our park and to protect our communities. So we'll be continuing, I'm sure, moving forward on that. Also, last but not least, we did attend the wonderful presentation for Carol Dyke's retirement for United Way of Northern Arizona. We're able to present her with our proclamation that we all signed naming Carol Dyke's Day and to thank her for her service. And I know we'll be working very closely with our former supervisor and Liz Archuleta, who will be taking over the leadership of United Way. And then, of course, just lastly, we've spent 3 weeks in budget. They have been a long 3 weeks. I believe that on behalf of my colleagues, great thank you to our wonderful staff who did a great job, and the departments who did a great job of presenting where we are as a county and where we're moving forward as a county. And I know it's often said how we spend our money reflects our values. And I do believe the great work that we all did on this budget shows the values and the love we have for Coconino County. So we'll be moving forward for, the passage of that, but it was a long amount of time, but time, I think, well served for our community. So that is it. It has been busy for all of us, and I want to thank my colleagues for all you do for our community and all you do with your enthusiasm and energy as we move forward here in Coconino County. So I think we are now at a good time for lunch. What do you think, County Manager?
That is right. So we're ready to tee up right after lunch at 1:15. We'll start with a presentation from Community Development on the public participation plan for the County Comprehensive Plan, and that's at 1:15.
All right. It looks like a big afternoon of excitement. So Supervisor Ryan, you have a comment to make.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to note, it's my wife's birthday. My daughter's coming through during lunch, so I might be a little late coming back. Just to let you know. All right.
We should sing happy birthday to Teresa. Is she there?
Yeah, see if I could get her to come here.
We'll be sure to wish her happy birthday,
Excellent.
Supervisor. We'll see you this afternoon. Everyone have a good lunch. 1:15, we're back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sarika. Hi, Lindell. Good, good. How are you doing?
Essler, you are not muted.
I'm sorry, I forgot to turn that up. Hang on just a minute. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Too little time to do everything. So, all right, everybody, it's 1:15 and I know Matt's going to join us a little late. We have Vice Chair and Supervisor Begay is with us and we are back from our lunch break. And we are on number 45 and it's discussion and possible action to approve the public participation plan P3 for the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan Update and Vision 2445. And our long range planner, Melissa Shaw, is with us, I believe.
Yep, she's ready to go.
There she is. Hi, Melissa. So glad, thank you for joining us. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We'll just jump right in. And so we're back today to bring back to you revisions on the public participation plan based on your comments from March. So we'll just start right in and talk about why we're doing this. As you know, our comprehensive plan was adopted in 2015, and we have a statutory requirement to update it every 10 years. And this is just for your reference, the ARS section. And it does specifically call out that the county needs to adopt written procedures regarding a public participation plan. So that is why we're here again, asking for action on this draft. And so we were with you in March, on March 28th, and took some comments from the board about some revisions that you wanted to see. And this is just a list of what we've done to refresh the plan and hopefully make it more robust and answer the questions and comments that you had. So we significantly reorganized the contents. Thank you. I was just informed my screen was not shared.
It is not being shared. But
Thank you.
we enjoyed hearing from you. Anyway.
Okay, my apologies. There it is.
We see it now.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Jess. And so we've reorganized this plan and put up front then how we're going to reach county communities. But we've also added some engagement principles that can help keep us focused on how we really want to do our outreach. And we'll talk about that in a second. And we've updated somewhat the tribal nation section and how we'll engage with our tribal neighbors. And then we've added a map, a community engagement map that really highlights the broad reach of the county and the communities within it that we need to engage. We've updated and revised the project schedule. And then finally, between March and now, then we met with all of the supervisors and asked for your additional comments. And we also actually asked you for additional contact names of persons within your communities that we could interview during focus group outreach. And so that was something we really appreciate your feedback on. I know we were being a bit of a pest about it, but that was really important to get those names from you. So we have a jumping point to organize our focus groups.
Did you get the names you needed, Melissa?
Thank you. Yes, I believe we got a good start. We got a lot of names and we will obviously be building on this list as we move along.
Thank you. Good.
Thank
All
you.
right.
And then, so this is just a recap of what's in the public participation plan. This is the table of contents. We started with an introduction. We put up front our engagement principles and then how to reach county communities, how we plan on reaching out to them. And then you can see we talked about specific techniques and a communication plan. We have our project management and phases, including the project schedule in the plan. We gave a recap of the scoping statement that we worked on earlier in January. We talk a bit about the geography and demographics of the county. And then finally, on the last page is the community engagement map. So we'll just hit on these items briefly. The engagement principles are pretty straightforward, but they're really good reminders for us in terms of what we can do to effectively reach all of the audiences in the county. So of course, we want to build relationships, which is an ongoing process throughout this type of planning process. We will go out to where people are. We'll be doing a roadshow. We'll be making trips out to the different locations in the county where we'll be using existing county facilities as well as other meeting locations that the supervisors were really helpful in giving us some tips in order to, as far as places where we can actually have community meetings. So we're building a database as far as places to go and people to meet. We want to know and understand our diverse county audiences. So this is something where we're starting to look closely at the census data that is rolling out, that has come out and is continuing to come out. And then we'll be continuing to build our contacts with different audiences within the county. We'll try to make planning as engaging and as exciting as we can. This is not necessarily something that people really look to talk about, but we'll try to come up with ways and activities and press releases and newsletters that will make this something that people do want to get involved in. And then with that, we're always learning of better ways to engage so we can remove those barriers to engagement and then create partnerships. And with that, then continuous engagement is about continuous feedback, and that will we'll be looking to create opportunities where we can continually get feedback from the community, not just after the plan is adopted, but throughout the next 10 years before the next update. So that's something we'll try to stay focused on as well. And then another section is about reaching county communities. The community members are obviously one of our main sources of information and who we'll be trying to reach through. In order to get to community members, a lot of times community-based organizations and agencies have those contacts and have inroads into different community groups and things like that. So we'll be working with not just individuals, but also organizations and agencies. And then similarly, the business associations, environmental groups, tribal nations, they will all have different connections and we will engage with those. There's a long list of our initial brainstorm of associations and groups that we would like to connect with, and it will continue to grow as we do more outreach. We'll also outreach to tribal nations, and then our county advisory boards, commissions, and decision makers throughout the process. And finally, we will be connecting with public agencies and public service providers. So it's a long list. There's a lot to do as far as making contacts and touching bases with as many organizations as we can, so we make as deep of a reach as we possibly can make in order to engage people in this process. There's also a fairly long list of engagement techniques in the communication plan, but just some of the techniques that we will be using is to create a visual identity. You can see on the bottom right, we've got a logo now that we're using regularly to brand the project and call attention to it. We have a website started that will be separate from the county website that we can direct people to. We've got a sign up list ready now. People can sign up and get on the mailing list. We'll be developing print material. And then obviously that second to last bullet, the public outreach workshop and events, that will be where a lot of our external work occurs as we travel out to different counties and put together workshops and events that people can engage with. And then there will be that formal process where we have toward the end a draft plan, and we will put that out for public review and updates. And this is just a visual of the phases. And so we're in phase one. We're starting to, again, look at the census data, pull that together in terms of what we're calling community assessment reports, where we're looking to do a fairly moderately deep dive into county communities to understand what has changed, what things look like right now, based on the newer census that has rolled out. And we're starting to get our information together that we need to update the plan. Everything from the water resources, we'll be looking at vacant parcel data, trying to put together updated list of community facilities, road maintenance, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to prepare for this. The second phase, which really has also begun now, that's where we start to engage, educate, and envision the future with our community. So that will be phase 2 is actually part of the entire process as we do our outreach. And then finally, phase 3 we are looking at having a draft plan ready for the public hearing process and our agency review starting in January of 2025 and through the winter of 2025. So that will be when we are looking to have the plan ready for public hearing and hopefully adoption. And in your packet, this is too small to really look at now, but this is our schedule that we have put together in terms of the more detailed tasks that need to be checked off on. And then this is the community engagement map that we've added to the packet, rather to the plan. And it does show in this legend the different communities that we will be trying to do our outreach for. The areas in the darker brown are the area plan boundaries, and the areas in the black are incorporated cities, which we will be focusing more on the unincorporated county to do engagement. And then this map is small to see, but this tannish color are the private parcels within the county. And it's often mixed in the checkerboard area, but we've got communities located, as you know, throughout the entire county. And just to give you a bit of a recap on Planning and Zoning Commission review, they did look at the draft plan in February. And then after your comments in March, we took it back to the Planning Commission in April. They talked a bit initially in February about the regional plan, land use map, interestingly, as being useful for the county as far as when decisions are made within the regional plan area of the county. They had some specific suggestions about who to contact for a partner agency advisory group. And then they do specifically appreciate how important an implementation plan is. And that was something that they will be, my thought is they will be looking at that when the draft plan comes around to see how we've organized the implementation plan and possibly prioritized it, along with some indicators that we are hoping to develop with this plan go around. So they also had a very specific request that with the implementation plan, we think about adding a plant ecologist position as an action item. So that was something that came out of Planning Commission review. And as I mentioned, we've started to do some outreach and engagement. We've been to the Earth Day events. We've been to a few of the First Friday art walks, and I think we're scheduled to be there again next month. We've been to the Veterans Stand Down. I think we're having an article come out in the Report to Citizens. We're planning our bigger kickoff at the county fair. So we'll be joining the county table at the county fair. And then we also know there are other opportunities that keep coming up that we will be having a presence at. So we are keeping track of the events that we attend and also the number of people that we engage with. We have been starting to do some intercept surveys, and that is something that we will probably keep going throughout the fall. And they're just a very series of short questions that we use to talk to people about, such as, are you familiar with the county's comprehensive plan, and getting an initial idea of what people think their top issues are for the county to think about as we begin this process. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions and ask the board if you're interested in taking action on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for all your work on this, Melissa. Really appreciate it. And members of the board, any comments, questions? Comments or questions? Melissa, you caught us after lunch, either that or you did such a good job of putting this together, and we really appreciate that. And I'm really sorry that Matt's not here, because I know he had a lot of questions with regards to the participation plan. I will tell you, I think it looks very good. And I know that some of us were rushed because we're in the middle of budget, but we'll continue to get some additional names for you. And then if you can reach back to us, if the names we gave you, if people can't serve, obviously, or if we can't get a hold of them, and so we can continue to help you and reach out for other names for this, because this is a very important process. We really want a robust community engagement. And, as they say, you can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink. So we want to at least be able to give you the names of people in hopes that we can get a very robust and vibrant community engagement on this. So again, thank you. I think this looks very good. And I'm very pleased with it. I know some of the concerns we raised, I think we're really just a matter of getting it presented in this type of format. So I really appreciate that and really appreciate your input on this. Other comments, questions, members of the board?
Yes, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Well, first off, good job, Melissa. Presentation looks good, and we have a clear vision of what the plan is. I know implementation is always the hard part. The planning can be the easy part if done right. I think we have a good plan, and I hope we're able to get the engagement that we're really looking for, so we can make this a quality, comprehensive plan, because it ties in with our regional plan, with our area plans. And so it's a really important process that we get right. And so I look forward to working with the team moving forward to see how we can get this right as we're putting this plan together. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments, questions? All right. Otherwise, thank you, Melissa. And I'm sure we'll hear more as we move forward on this. So let us know how we can help and be a part of it. All right. Members of the board.
Chair Horseman, I have my hand raised.
Oh, I see that now. Okay. Yes, Monique.
Hello. Chair Horseman, members of the board. I just want to verify with Melissa Shaw whether a motion is being requested at this time. It's been agendized for motion, so I thought I would ask that before we move on to the next item.
That's a very good question, Monique. And yes, you're right. I do see that on the agenda. I didn't realize that you were asking for a specific action. Is that correct, Melissa?
That's right. Again, we do need board action to approve the plan.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
All right, members of the board, we've been presented with the plan. I think it does meet the requests we made during our last presentation. And it is a very robust public participation and engagement plan. And do I have a motion from a member of the board or any further comments to approve the public participation plan for the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan update for Envision 2045?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. And, Melissa, I'm sorry that Matt's not here, but I'm sure if you could reach out to him and just go through this with him as well. I think this is exactly what he was looking for. So I don't imagine there'll be any major changes or discussion, but it would be great if you could reach out to him.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for catching that, Monique. See, it's after lunch. We're all kind of sleepy, I guess. So, members of the board, we are going on for another discussion item. This is number 46. And this is a presentation and discussion on the draft Rogers Lake Community Forest Plan. And this is Urban Wildlife Planner Jessica Simmons is with us to present on this. Hi, Jessica. Thanks for being with us this afternoon. And I see Liz Krug is here from Coconino County Parks and Rec. Always great to see you as well. And I do know this is something that's really near and dear to Matt's heart. I don't know if we want to just text him and tell him we've started on this. I know he's probably been briefed on this already. But if somebody could just text him and let him know we've started on this, I'd appreciate it. So, and with that, Jessica, good to see you and thank you. Please take it away.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to talk to you today about the community forest plan for a parcel out at Rogers Lake. And I've got a slideshow, so I'm going to share my screen. Is that showing properly?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm going to talk to you today about the draft community forest plan, and that is out at Rogers Lake. So I just want to show you an aerial to show the piece of land that I'm going to be talking about today. This red outline shows a parcel that is 80 acres, and that big open area you see is Rogers Lake. So the county obtained this 80 acres 4 years ago. It was formerly private land used for grazing. So it has very little development. There is fencing in the forest areas, and Woody Mountain Road goes through it from north to south. And in the northwest corner, there's a little corner of the old railroad bed from 100 years ago that goes through the parcel, but it's not very developed at all. So now that I've shown you where this parcel is, I'm going to tell you why we're going to talk about it today. So I've zoomed out a little bit more now just to give everybody, so I can show a few things that I'm going to be referring to in my talk today. So the black outline shows Rogers Lake County Natural Area. And then again, the red outline shows the 80 acres that I'm going to be talking about today. That is the former Miller parcel. And I just want to point out a few things. So to the north and the west, you can see Camp Navajo, and northeast of the parcel, you can see the Naval Observatory. And then farther to the northeast is Lowell Observatory. And then you can see also that it's close to the Arboretum and to Fort Tuthill. And then this gray area that kind of goes through the screen from north to south is the Woody Ridge Wildlife Corridor. So it goes right through our parcel there. And then just to the east of that, there's kind of a gray hatched area, and that is federally designated critical habitat for the Mexican spotted owl. So this is just to give everybody, so you can orient your mind and have a visual for the rest of the slideshow to help out. So the reason I am talking about this 80 acres today, which is again is in red outline here, is that the county has been awarded a community forest and open space conservation grant by the U.S. Forest Service in the amount of $280,500. And we are going to do certain things with the land in accordance with the grant. So in giving this grant, the Forest Service wants to see certain benefits to the public. So it's a community forest. So this is supposed to benefit the public. And some of these benefits that they want to see are ecosystem services, forest-based education, being a good model of good forest management, public recreation. And this is very forest focused. So if you recall, if I'll go back to this aerial real quick, you can see that the eastern about 2/3 is forested and the rest is lake bed. So being that this is a U.S. forest grant and this is a community forest grant, this is very forest focused. And there are many community forests throughout the United States, but this would be the very first one in the entire Southwest, which is pretty neat. So this plan that I'm going to talk about today is a plan that is required by the grant. So the Forest Service wants to see how we as the county are going to manage this parcel that they're giving us money for. So I believe everyone received a draft of the plan, but I'm just going to go through it to kind of go over what is in this plan. So first off, of course, we just described the property, including previous uses and lack of developments. And something that's very important to clarify here is that Now that the county has acquired this 80 acres, the parcel is now part of the Rogers Lake County natural area. So the natural area has become bigger by 80 acres. And we already have a management plan for the entire natural area there at Rogers Lake. So the management plan for Rogers Lake would apply to this 80 acres, but also in addition to that, this community forest plan that I'm talking about today would apply just to this 80 acres. So just to that parcel outlined in red earlier. That's the only part of Rogers Lake that is going to be managed as a community forest. So in the community forest plan, we talk a little bit about how that Rogers Lake management plan was drawn up and how stakeholders were involved. And we did a lot of vetting and community involvement in order to draw up that management plan, which would also apply to this 80 acres and the community forest.
Can I ask you a question here real quick?
Please.
So, because Jessica, I want to make sure I understand, sorry. But
Yeah.
so this 80 acres is what's subject to that 280,500 of the open space grant. And I'm going to call that that 80 acres, the Miller property, just so we know what we're talking about. And in terms of that, what you're saying is, look, when we took it over, it became part of the full Rogers Lake wilderness area, the Rogers Lake management plan, right?
Correct.
So my question, and so far I've got this right?
Yes.
And so that 80 acres, then I assume that when we're talking about what we're going to be talking about next, which is using that $280,500 for of this grant, that everything we do has got to be consistent with the management plan. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So because it is part of the natural area, it has to be consistent with the Rogers Lake management plan, which is the whole black outlined area right there.
I love that. Okay, I'm glad I'm still with you. So
and I'm actually just about to kind of get into that a little bit more.
Okay.
But then yes, but the specific plan that we are talking about today only applies to that 80 acres and only applies to that grant money that you were just referring to.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, Supervisor Ryan is with us. And Supervisor Ryan, we're talking about one of your favorite places, Rogers Lake. So good to see you.
So by giving the county this grant money, the Forest Service would like to see certain benefits, and they are listed here. And there are different examples of these types of benefits. Examples of economic benefits that this would give the community are that it protects the missions of nearby Camp Navajo and the Naval Observatory, so that they employ a lot of people. So it protects all the employment of those people. And it also, by providing different benefits such as recreation, it draws visitors to the area, which can result in tourist dollars for the area. And so part of this grant is that this land could never be developed. So that is how it would protect the missions of those installations. Like the observatory, by not developing it, would keep down light pollution and dust pollution so that they can continue to use their telescopes there. Examples of environmental benefits are that it would protect that Woody Mountain Ridge corridor that I showed in the map earlier. That allows a contiguous land of protected habitat where that is a very important wildlife migration route. It would also help protect the spotted owl, which live right nearby. It would also protect Rogers Lake itself, which as a natural high altitude, large wetland is a extremely important and extremely rare ecosystem resource in Northern Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Educational benefits would be that the land there could be used by all age groups. So K through 12 schools could come and learn about forestry and the forest and our natural ecosystem here in Northern Arizona. It can also be used by NAU forestry students. Parks and Recreation is also brought in groups from outside, which have represented underrepresented communities and groups. And so that would enhance our ability to do that. Having this land as being part of Rogers Lake and under community forest grant would also help expand our ability to provide low impact recreational opportunities such as hiking, wildlife viewing and hunting. And a cultural benefit of having this is that the land has historically and is still currently being used for grazing. And the county would continue to have grazing occur on this land as long as the lease remains intact. And ranching and cattle grazing in northern Arizona is a really big part of our identity and our culture and our quality of life. So that would continue to support that. And I just wanted to point out that these last four are specifically called out and discussed extensively in the Rogers Lake Management Plan. So it makes those consistent with this, the management plan that we already have in place that would also govern this parcel. So the goals of the community forest. This is really important because there's a reason that the Forest Service wants to give the money to turn this into community forest. So it does have several goals. They want our management of the forest to be an example of good forest stewardship. So in our ponderosa pine forest ecosystem, that includes thinning and burning. So we would have a fuels treatment plan, and we would also seek to collaborate with different communities to supply firewood for home heating. We'd want to protect the view sheds. So people come and visit Rogers Lake, and that view shed out there is so incredible with the big open lake bed there and the mountains. So by protecting that parcel from development, we're protecting the view shed and the recreation experience for visitors there. And we would, some things we would do to support that are to conduct a cultural and environmental survey of the parcel. And we would work with partners to permanently protect perhaps even more land around in that area, which would have all the same benefits, even magnified. Another goal is protecting wildlife habitat and native plant communities, which I touched on a little bit. So by having good forest management and good forest stewardship of the parcel, that would protect that habitat there, and again, protect that contiguous wildlife corridor. Also protecting Rogers Lake, that wetland, which I mentioned. We will continue to follow recommendations of the Arizona Game and Fish Department. We would engage in ecological restoration projects as appropriate. We would, as far as protecting native plant communities, we would engage in ecological restoration projects and also in rangeland monitoring and assessment. So we would have grazing help enhance the native plant communities out there. Providing educational opportunities for all the age groups. I mentioned we would work with partners. For example, we could work with the Arboretum or Willow Bend and Flagstaff Unified School District to bring groups of children out there and adults. And we are thinking of, there's a little spot there on the parcel in the wooded area that is a slight natural kind of horseshoe shaped depression with big boulders around. And we're thinking of turning that into just a natural outdoor classroom. So that groups can come in and just sit out there in the woods and be experiencing the beautiful nature out there while they learn. We want to expand low impact recreational opportunities. We could continue to do this by managing vehicular access as well as non-motorized access for hunting and other low impact activities, and to maintain seasonal access so that we can get the people who want to use it from the public can get out there. And then these last two are kind of tied together by protecting our dark skies, by protecting that parcel from development that would, as I mentioned, protect the missions of the Naval Observatory and Camp Navajo. So that's about it for the plan. It's not a very long plan. It's about 10 pages of text. So that's pretty much the plan. And I just wanted to share with you our public participation schedule for getting this approved. We've already had one presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and we've already had our first public open house. And right now we're having our 3-week-long public comment period. And on Thursday, we're having our second open house. And then the week after that, we'll have our second presentation to the Parks and Recreation Commission following the public comment period. And then we'll be back in front of the Board of Supervisors at the end of June for hopeful approval of this plan. And I'd be happy to take any questions that anybody has.
And Jessica, thank you for this. And can you tell us and also members of the public on the open house, the times where you can participate in that?
Oh, yes, it is. So it's May 25th, which is Thursday. And it's from 3 to 4 o'clock at the mess hall at Fort Tuthill. And there will also be a virtual option. So you can also log in through Teams. And we have sent out all that information through different public media outreach channels, as well as our stakeholder mailing list. But if you would like the link, you can email myself or Liz Krug. And we can.
Jessica, here's what I'm going to ask, because many of us on the board do have a social media presence. And if you'll get us that in a format in which we can share on social media, we'll get this out to them.
That would be fantastic. I'll do that.
All right, that'd be very helpful. I know the rest of the board would love that as well. So, and then my other question is Parks and Rec. When you made the presentation, any comments or feedback you received from the commission?
Yes, we've talked to the commission, and then we've also had a first open house. So we have gotten a few comments already, and we got some comments. Liz, feel free to jump in here, but we got some comments about putting more signs out there and protecting the border between that parcel and adjacent private land. We talked about monitoring how much use that parcel may get and how we can best accommodate visitors who come to use that community forest parcel.
This is Liz. Perhaps there might be interpretive education opportunities on this parcel, for example, to explain more about a community forest and what people might be seeing there.
Thanks, Liz.
I have a question.
Sure, Vice Chair.
How, if at all, and it might not be relevant, but I was just curious, so I thought I'd ask the question. How does adding this 80 acres here impact the conversation on what to do with the Frontier House and just the property in general? And so, like I said, I'm not sure how relevant that question is, but I was just curious if at all it would impact it, and if so, how?
Yeah, I can probably handle this first. Thank you for that question, Supervisor Vasquez. So first of all, as you see on this map, the yellow outline is the Frontier property. And just as note, the Frontier property is kind of separate from the Rogers Lake management area. We manage the Frontier property under a special use permit. So really the management goals are separate in that case, but they are part and parcel with each other because they are kind of out there in that same area.
Okay, thank you. I didn't realize they were disconnected. I'm seeing the whole black area. And so when I'm thinking of the Frontier House on Rogers Lake, I'm thinking of the whole Rogers Lake area, but I see what you're saying. They're not connected. So thank you.
Yeah, it's actually a really good question. I'm glad you asked it, Vice Chair. So any other comments, questions? I bet you Supervisor Ryan would like to be heard on this.
I'm trying to get the mute off there. And actually, unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the meeting. Jenna attended the first kickoff, but as I understand, Jessica, you had a lot of our partners there, which is, I see you expressing them throughout the plan. It's very comprehensive. I'm excited. You're doing some awesome work. Love to see Arboretum and Centennial Forest in there. The only piece that I didn't see in there, although you sort of lean that way, of course, and it has to do with us, I guess, probably recomposing or putting a group together, is we used a lot of our science advisory group to help us initially put together the original Rogers Lake plan, and you have it written in there throughout. It would be neat if you had a statement that speaking to the science and the opportunities of the science, where you do talk about you tapping some of the data sources that either we've done historically or currently have the opportunity to, which is really good for that. But I think you've really done it here. And then one other piece of note, So we've only used the ACUP on this parcel of land, is that correct? Or did we use a portion of the REPI as well on that?
Yeah, so we also got money for these same 80 acres from the Navy, also to preserve it. It's very complementary what's going on with this that I was talking about today with the Forest Service, but they have also given money to help us manage this land as well, since it does protect their mission.
Okay, so then I would suggest maybe, and you can figure out the best place, but as a possibility on the end of page 2, just above the 2 spotted owls, neat picture, by the way. You mentioned the ACUB, you might want to write in the REPI as that, along with the ACUB. It's real important. While we're working with both the Army and Navy, they get jealous of each other also because they're such great partners. So we don't want to forget one over the other on that. And then the other piece that I think you might want to tie in here is our plans at a broader sense. We have the joint land use study, which is an amendment to the comprehensive plan. Also noting the comprehensive plan, because and the regional plan, a lot of, the acquisition actually came about through the visioning that we did to create the regional plan that looked at different set-asides. So referencing those plans where they're very consistent with the Rogers Lake plan. And this is no means to be critical of what you're doing. I'm just looking at enhancing or just filling in a couple pieces with that. You've tied the Centennial Forest, as I noted in there. You have our ranching families who, even though they may have sold it to us, they still have a personal ownership. And I understand Cecily showed up for the meeting, which is really neat. So this is Madam Chair and Jessica, Liz, and Cynthia. How dare her take vacation? I'm so glad she is. I love what's going on. It's so important to put plans together so that we can manage them appropriately. Kudos to you guys for finding the grant and making it work and finally getting over the hurdle with the Forest Service accepting it. And the only other piece of accepting it, I should say what it is, BNSF still claims the timber rights to this property. I would suggest that we have that in our, somehow have that in our plan that we bring them into county possession at some point. More of a strategy rather than a mandate, because it's somebody else's ownership associated with it. So that's just a thought. And I would suggest for us as the board to think about that on continuing on our legislative pursuit, whether administrative or at legislative level on that. And if there's anything that you disagree with me, I'm used to being wrong every other time. So please do, tell me what I'm saying wrong or what you've already done to accommodate these.
Yeah, we are planning on adding on some information about the timber rights issue, which you mentioned. That's something that has come up as a comment since the draft that you guys have. And then, all those other comments you gave are great.
Do you have herps in there? I didn't check for herp, especially with the salamanders. Speaking of the Frontier area property, that like to fill those the garages and stuff like that. Did you I saw you had the leopard frog discussion in there, but point of note, just let's not get caught up on just large mammals. I would imagine you already put that in there, but I was trying to remember as I was reading through this whether you had it. That's just a minor thing. I know you'll take care of it. So that's all I have.
Well, that was great. I'm so glad you joined us here. I know you've been intricately involved in this. So, and any other questions or comments? And Jessica, what's the next step? What do you need from us?
That's it today. I just wanted to present to the board this plan so everyone can think about it and get to me with any questions. And then we'll be back in a month to present to you again once we have finished the entire public process, public scoping process. So we'll be coming back to the board with, and we'll let you know any changes that have been made to the draft, anything that's different from what you're seeing now.
So I have a question. The photo of the spotted owls, is that actually taken from this property area, or is that just something off the internet that shows Mexican spotted owls?
The photo? No, we didn't take that.
Oh, darn it.
Madam Chair, I'm pretty sure they flew through the area.
Hello, Madam Chair. This is Liz Krug. I just wanted to clarify at our next presentation to the Board of Supers, we will be asking for adoption of the plan.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right. Well, between now and then, we'll all have to get out there into Matt's district and walk this area. It is just so beautiful out there. So,
and there's water in the lake. It's a rare sight. So you should definitely go check it out.
I've only seen the photos, so I'll have to get out there. So thank you. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Just job well done. Really appreciate the work, and let's hear from the public, see if they, there's always good ideas out there. So look forward to coming back. Thanks, Madam Chair. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good to see you, Jessica and Liz. Appreciate all of your hard work on this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So we're moving along and we're ahead of schedule. Sorry about that, Matt. That's why I called you away from your birthday celebration, because I knew you wanted to be part of this.
I just have to say, you just can visualize. I had three very active 10-year-old, 8-year-old, 6-year-old, fly through the house, climb all over everything, eat food. But then the trip, the summer launch took off with Teresa and Tess and the kids heading out. So perfect time. Worked out well.
Good. So we're moving along, and this is discussion regarding the Board of Supervisors chambers renovation. We've heard all about it. So now we're going to get hopefully more details on where we are and if there is a plan in place to get it underway. So with that, it looks like Tom Hanachek himself, Director of Facilities, is here. And Tom, I'm going to have you take this away and explain what's going on.
Okay. Sue or Steve, did you want to do an intro, or you want me to just go for it?
Nope, we're good. Go for it.
All right. Supervisor Ryan, is it your birthday or is it the kid's birthday? I came in late, so happy birthday.
Well, if Candy Owens is here, I would say it's my birthday.
Do not believe him. It's not his birthday.
Well, excellent. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, so hopefully you all could see it, and hopefully you all could hear me also.
We hear you fine.
And is the screen shared?
Yeah, it is. We see your cover page here on the screen.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Not your presentation, Tom.
You don't see the presentation, but it's
We
really
see
nice.
your bow and arrow.
It's your home screen, Tom.
Okay, let me try this. Screen 2.
We see you now. Oh,
There we go.
There you are.
I like the in-person interviews, and hopefully when this renovation happens, we could get back to that sooner than later. So
that's what the whole intent and purpose of it is.
Excellent. So hopefully you can see the PowerPoint presentation now, not my beautiful bow and arrow in the 12,000 foot elevation in Colorado.
I kind of like the other photo better.
Okay. I'll include that in the next one, Chair.
Right.
Excellent. So thanks for having me today. I also have our Assistant Director, Adrian Mojeski. I had to get her last name right in this meeting. She did just get married, so changed her last name here. And also our Construction Manager, Jeff Stein. So thank you guys for joining. Unfortunately, you'll probably hear from me for the majority of this presentation, but maybe they'll have the chance to chime in and help me out a little bit here. So towards the end of our budget hearing this year, it was requested by the Board of Supervisors to kind of revisit this topic with you all in an official session. Just kind of provide an update, get some feedback, thoughts from the board, and allow us the opportunity to answer any questions that you may have. So it's more of a discussion topic that we're looking at here. It's a pretty short presentation, have about 5 slides, and just kind of want to jump right into it unless there's anything else. Cool. Go right into it. So our cover slide. So Jeff Stein is an amazing. He loves. I don't know if anybody has watched the interview or read the article in the Daily Sun for the courthouse restoration project. I think it just came out on Saturday. So it was a great interview, great article. Daily Sun did a great job, and Jeff really loves history, and we have a lot of projects on buildings that have been around for a while. And the building that you all reside in, at least the Board of Supervisors and County Manager's Office, is one of those buildings that's not as old as the courthouse, but it is from 1979, so it is getting some age on it. And this is the actual cover sheet from the original plans from 1979, and that's back in the day when the board only had 3 members too. And that was only a short 44 years ago. So it's still relatively young, but it is aging.
It was old when they built it. I'm just going to say that.
One thing I found interesting is you look at the phone number down here and there's not even an area code on it. So I don't know what, I just noticed that right before the meeting. So it must mean it's pretty old. So
Please bring back the orange carpet.
Okay, we will. The orange carpet's actually underneath the existing carpet. When we did the renovation of HR and finance upstairs, we had to rip it out. It's interesting. So a little bit of background on the project, and then we'll get into some of the goals of the project here. As mentioned, the building was originally constructed in 1979. As you can tell by the aesthetics, the architecture of the building. Obviously, it's really difficult to make it look good, but we've done the best job we could over the last 44 years. But specifically, the board chambers has not seen significant renovations besides, I was just checking with Sue Brown a few days ago, besides really the carpet, some lighting, and then some security improvements to the dais. But other than that, not much has happened. You know, we've done good renovations on the 2nd floor. We've done renovations up on the 3rd floor, but the 1st floor is pretty much remained untouched for a little while. I remember when I started, the main doors were actually on the north side of the building, right there where all of the where the minutes or the agenda for the Board of Supervisors meetings are posted. So I guess I've been around for a while too, not as long as the building, but for a little bit of time. But we'll get into the design and the layout of this and everything, but I just kind of wanted to go over the project goals to begin with. As we understood them as we started this project last fall, started the design on it last fall. So some of the core concepts, the main goals of the project are going to be to increase safety and security of the space. So not only security from a physical security standpoint, but also safety, not only for staff, but also from a public health perspective. So kind of reduce the amount of seating that's in there, expand the physical distancing between not only board members, but also staff that are in there. Another benefit that we have of this project is it allows us the opportunity to become ADA compliant in some of the areas that we currently are. A third benefit of this project would be we're adding a lot of flexibility to the way the board chambers function. And for those of you that remember how budget was in there in previous years, it gets very tight with the permanent seating, and the well in front of the dais is really constricted. So it's tough to get staff in there. It's tough to get folks directly in front of the board. It was really designed to have a single lectern and a single presenter and maybe a handful of people down there. So this increases that space in front of the dais and allows us a little bit more flexibility. The other thing that it does in this plan, we do have an executive session room that we could also double as a conference room for the administrative building when not being used by the Board of Supervisors, which is definitely something that's needed there, because the Grand Canyon room is booked pretty much all the time, and the conference room up on the 3rd floor gets booked fairly often. This will also allow us the opportunity to enhance the AV infrastructure that was put in the last couple of years to run physical wiring to each station. So just in case we have these wireless hiccups with the wireless equipment, we're able to plug directly into it. And overall, really what it is, what we've learned struggling with this room over the last 44 years is that it's just generally a more efficient use of the space, not only the lobby, but also the board chambers itself. Want to go over very quickly just kind of the budget and the schedule that we're looking at here. The preliminary estimates for the construction budget run right around $900,000 for all of the improvements that are in there. We've chatted a lot about the security improvements. We could go into detail on some of those should we want to, or we could talk about that offline. We feel pretty comfortable with that estimate right now. Our general contractor, who is Lovin Contracting, is reworking the estimate based on the 100% plans that are currently submitted to the city of Flagstaff. So just to jump into schedule a little bit here, we have submitted the plans for this project to the city of Flagstaff. We anticipate getting those back. Sorry, this is really small. It's mainly for graphic purposes. It's just kind of to show all the different tasks that are associated with this. Ultimately, what we're looking at here in the next couple of weeks is getting a response from the city of Flagstaff, which then triggers the plans going to the state fire marshal for review. And then the construction, according to this, is right at the beginning of August and wrapping up first week in November. So we're pretty close to what our original schedule projected. We do have a potential caveat in there with the state fire marshal review, which could potentially delay the project, potentially add cost to the project also. And I could talk more detail if the board wishes to hear about that. And honestly, we said this would be a quick presentation because I wanted to leave a lot of room for discussion and questions. And what I could do right now is going to open it for discussion, but let me just go back to the layout real quick here and just give a brief overview of some of the significant improvements here. Can everybody see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay. So for reference, you guys have all spent a lot of time in this semicircle room right here. And I don't have the existing layout because at this point, it doesn't matter too much. We want to just look forward to the improvements that are presented. This is the west entrance over here on the left side of the photo. And then the staircase is just cut off over here on the right. And this is the little AV room right here, directly to the east of the board chambers. So the first big improvement that you see here is actually a fully secured reception station. That's right here. So folks heading in, the public or staff heading into the board chambers could actually have an interaction with a receptionist, and or we could have tables or a sign-in sheet or however we decide to operate that. It allows a lot of functionality. We also used to have a reception person in the lobby of admin, which provided a lot of benefits from a security standpoint and also just kind of a customer service standpoint. So that is something that we've discussed as a component of this project, is staffing that down there and getting people to where they need to go in the building. The second major, as you enter the room, the second major change that you'll see is all of the permanent seating along the back wall is removed. And that allows us to have increased space in there. In typical budget hearings in that room, we'll set up the little temporary tables all along the back there, and county manager and county attorney and finance staff occupy those. So it allows them a lot more room to have more comfort in there. And then should we have a larger public meeting, we could set up temporary chairs, much like the permanent chairs are set up there. So if we expect, 50, 60 or 70 people, we could add temporary seating there, then just pull it down after the event. We've also reduced there's about 5 or 6 seats, the first row that's currently there. We propose removing that and increasing the size of the well, as I alluded to earlier. And what this allows us to do is put, much like the city of Flagstaff has, is you have the county manager, staff, and also the county attorneys down here in the well facing the board. And then this little square in the middle is the lectern where whoever's presenting comes up and presents to the board. So overall, we've reduced seating by about 50%, permanent seating by about 50%, but it allows a lot more flexibility in the space. Another thing that you'll notice is the dais is seated for 5. And for those of you that saw a plan a couple months ago, the dais was originally perfectly straight across, but hearing some of the concerns from the budget hearings, we decided to just splay it out slightly. I think it was Supervisor Ryan that asked after day 1 to just kind of like create a minor V in it so it's easier to see across at your fellow board members. So we did a very mellow V right here because we don't want to go too far out, because then we run into access issues right here. The other thing you'll notice is the only way to enter on the dais is on the west side of the building right here. And there'll be a little bit of a physical barrier, a half door right there to allow board members to either enter through this west door over here, to enter through the east door and then wrap around and up behind, or come through the executive session room right here. So a single point of entry from the board chambers to behind the dais. So no more entry over here on this side, which is a really unique side anyway, and obviously not ADA compliant as it currently stands. A lot more increased space in between each board member on the dais for those giant budget books that you need space to spread out. And the next major change you'll see is that you have a door directly going into the executive session room, which has seating for 12 here. 12 plus 2, so 14. Has a little coffee bar in it, obviously tables. It'll have some enhanced AV, but just a really convenient, quick area for you to go directly from the board chambers to executive session room. And then the other major upgrade that we have here is the existing restroom on that floor there. We will be able to upgrade to ADA compliant restroom, which is a huge deal. If we have somebody from the public that needs it or staff that needs it, it's fully accessible. If you're in a public meeting right here, that's what this path is actually around here. So those are the major components. So I'm just going to take a pause and I'd like to open it up for questions. Unless Sue or Steve, you have anything you want to add to the project goals or the layout?
I think one of the big factors is the last one you mentioned, Tom, is that because of the way that the bathrooms were designed in the building, there's no way, no easy way or without huge remodeling to be able to make those bathrooms ADA compliant. And this allows us a way to get one fully compliant ADA bathroom in the building, which has been a goal for a very long time. And we're able to roll it into this particular project. And by taking out the seating in the very back that Tom pointed out, that also allows a ADA width path for a wheelchair to get there. Both of those were, as with this building, it's adapted, but it's compliant, which was very important. Thank you, Tom.
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to the hybrid. So going forward and using technology, we want to go with future meetings to be a hybrid of both in person and Teams technology or Zoom technology. So Sue, can you speak to that?
Absolutely. Thank you, County Manager Peru. You know, we've watched the numbers of people increase throughout since we started doing these our board meetings virtually with the start of COVID, and we see the public numbers actually go up, and we are seeing more than we would usually see on an average day, which is a great achievement. And it allows for people to stay home or to come in person as they wish. We can expand the seating back to, Tom, I don't know if you know what the seating would be if we put the temporary chairs around the back. The back would be, its current seating is I think 80 or somewhere around that, including the board and staff. But we wouldn't be too terribly far off that if we did put the temporary seating around the back again. So we can accommodate a fair number of the public as well. But we're also counting on that hybrid style and being convenient for the average person. They don't have to leave their home. They can if they wish. But we've maximized the use or optimized the use of a very difficult room, but we're still allowing for a hybrid model to take place so folks don't have to leave their home if they choose not to.
So Sue, just to answer your question, we currently have 77 fixed seats in there, and we're proposing reducing it to 35 plus one. You can see this one right here, that's for ADA to allow wheelchair access to this seat right here. So that brings 36, and then we could fit 29 portables in there. So we're looking at approximately 65. So losing 12 seating, 12 out of 77, which is currently existing. So
thanks, Tom.
Relatively minor.
All right. Any other comments, questions from the staff before we open it up? So thank you, Tom, I know there's probably going to be some questions. I have a couple. Well, I'm gonna make a comment first, I guess, then ask a question. It's unfortunate that we have to be spending this kind of money, quite frankly, to be able to get a functional public meeting room, quite frankly. I wish there was another way. Because I know that at some point we will be looking long-term at making some changes to this building. So I'm sorry to be spending the money on this. On the other hand, I think that we, the board, and the county owe it to our community, to our public, that we are able to hold community meetings, in-person meetings. I like the hybrid because that's the future. We're all going to be there. And, I think the only other option is if we just stay fully hybrid or if there is any way that we can use the existing facility, which is not very good, but be able to enhance the electronics and internet to really make it a truly hybrid situation, which obviously we can't now. So, given that, and unless there are these other options available, I think that this is probably the best use of space for this space that we can go. It's still going to be a small meeting room. The questions that I have, and one of the things that my concern has been is even back in the old days, pre-COVID, it seems that if one person got a cold, if one board member got a cold, everybody else got a cold because we were all, the Board of Supervisors were all on top of each other. So I guess how much space is it between each of the supervisor's desk, if you will, to the next desk from supervisor to supervisor? I think that's important. And also, quite frankly, having enough room for our board books, our computers, our everything else that we bring to the board meeting with us, because certainly it's really tight there right now.
Yeah, fair question. So there's about, I think it's 4 foot 8 inches is the surface for each of them. So that would be about the distance in between each board member. We're also designing it, and currently it ranges anywhere from about 30 inches to maybe 36 inches, depending on where you sit on the dais, because it gets tighter on the corners. So 4 foot 8 is pretty significant increase on that. The other thing that we're designing is going to be very similar to the existing dais, where you have that little raised millwork in between each station, and we could apply those sneeze shields in between board members should we have a situation like that, and we could put those up and take those down easily. One of our biggest constraints in the layout of this room are these structural pillars that are on either side of the dais. So we have the option to either bump the dais towards the seating, which then significantly reduces how many people we could have in there for public meetings or for staff meetings, or keep it within the confines of those specific pillars.
So, and I'm just going to throw this out as an idea, Tom, and like I said, this may be the very best we could do under the circumstances of this building and the limitations of it, but it's still tight there for the board. And if you really did move it forward, how many seats would we really lose? Because I see we would not be moving any permanent seating. It would just be the temporary seating. And I don't really see that we're going to be putting temporary seating right next to the dais anyway. So, I mean, if we did move that forward and gave the supervisors more space, what would that really mean in terms of losing additional seating? Because where it's located, I don't see that as a whole lot.
Yeah. Good, Sue.
All right. Madam Chair, one thing to consider too, is we move the dais forward, it puts the board further out into the room and ahead of those pillars. And that is a concern, but I think when Tom can certainly look at it and it can be drawn up and we can see where it puts the board in reference to those pillars, but that is a concern where they sit where those, to put the board further out and expand the length of the dais. So you have more space individually.
Moving forward in front of the pillars.
Right, in front of the pillars.
Yes.
Would cause on the ends for the board to be ahead of the pillars. And so when you come in each door, you would have the board visible from the back as people come in the doors. And that's a concern once you move free of those pillars. But we can certainly draw it up and you can see what it would look like and where it would place it.
I'd really like to see that. I mean,
Sure.
if we're going to be spending the money to do this.
Sure.
And if the intent and purpose is for us to be able to have public meetings where the board can actually have a functional space, it's still really tight in there.
Yeah.
I gotta say that. So.
And I think according to the calculation, Tom, it was approximately 22 inches more than they have now. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's almost, yeah, I mean, it depends on which.
Additional 2 feet or so.
4'8" is 4'8" is 56 inches, which is pretty significant. It's just shy of a 5-foot table. Yeah. But we can certainly look at it. The other thing, it will remove some more of the seating because ADA access has to come down this ramp right here. But we can certainly look at it. The security concerns were the main driving factor, and also maintaining some sort of semblance of capacity here.
Well, I would love just
Yeah.
to see it, Tom.
Sure.
It may not be workable at all, and you know what I mean, but I'd love to see it. So,
Yep.
Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, I can see the concern about pushing the tables forward. Would there be the possibility of maybe having a table arrangement like we had in Highlands, kind of a V shape? Would that be a potential possibility?
So we did, the original design was a perfectly straight line. And then when Supervisor Ryan requested during the budget hearings to create a V shape, we did this very slight V. And the reason why we didn't punch it out further is exactly the reasons that we were just discussing of ADA access and also security. Because if you slide that out a little bit more, we were really concerned that whatever supervisor was on the far east side would have their back to the main door, which we saw as a pretty significant security threat. But we'll certainly take a look. We're going to look at pushing it out anyway and expanding it, so we could potentially look at doing a bigger V now with that consideration. But we do have those concerns with ADA access getting into the well down this ramp right here. So we'll require more of these seats from to be removed.
It would just be worth looking at.
Yep.
Then my second question is, and maybe it was in the presentation and I just missed it, is what's the timeline on this? Because we've been talking about this for a minute, but when would this actually, if we approve this, when would this be implemented?
Yeah, so we'd be looking at starting, and sorry, the schedule on your board packet's really tiny, is more just like a graphic of the Gantt chart. We'd start construction in August and it would wrap up right now, anticipated November 5th, I believe, is the current estimated completion date.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Other comments, questions, Supervisor Ryan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm even though it's a circle, I feel boxed in here. I had to do a play on the words here, but different polygons. Yeah, because I was wrestling around with it, because the other thing that's happening here, and I'm curious, is P&Z uses our room also, planning and zoning. And is it a discussion? Hey, Hieronymo, could you mute? You have background sound in there. Thank you. We have, they are seeking the opportunity to have access to the public. They get a lot more people that show up. And it begs for, are we thinking of an alternative site for them? You know, I can see where hybrid helps, but even so, they still get a decent number of people coming in. Or do we get into a lease scenario? I know and just continuing on that, you know, as I'm looking at what you have, it makes sense with the hybrid. Usually, I don't know why, but we just don't fill out the rooms all day long during our meetings. A hike in the canyon or a movie might be a little more entertaining for most people, but sarcasm aside,
Cynic, just a cynic.
sarcasm said, I'm just pointing out reality of society. It's kind of like, why don't they show up? How come people are coming and asking? Because they're busy living their lives, you know? That's why you have to do outreach. Once you send the first people out the room, the next people come in and ask the same questions. But let me pause for a second. Planning and zoning is a question, and I'll wait for a second on that. I was trying to play around with, we've got basically a circle there. Is there a different way of projecting us? But I can see what you're doing from a safety perspective. You allow us at least one, at least two exit potential. We don't have our back to people coming in, and or we have escape potential if that were the case. Brings back the John Holmes interviews that we had. For the sake of capacity for us, we can mostly handle it, particularly with a hybrid. And when we do have potential for overcapacity, there is always the chance that we use another facility like we did with NAU in the past, when we had a couple hundred people showing up for Canyon Forest Village or Dry Lake. So I could, I'm looking at that versatility. The staircase is also an evacuation component associated with the building. So it begs the question, I'm kind of lining out a couple questions. If you want me to pause each time, let me know.
You're good. I'm writing them down.
Okay. It does pose the question of assuring that we at least have the two evacuation abilities for the rest of the building. For that, talked about size of audience. Dais is, I like the V discussion. I'm glad you put it in there because we're talking to each other. It's a lot of times, and it helps us to be able to see each other as well as the audience. I did the P&Z bathroom. Thank goodness, it's been forever, but doing ADA in this building, at least at that level, would be good. Put a shelf in there so we can stick our books or whatever on top of it. That's always that thing. Where am I going to stick my book? I'm going to leave it out in the hall for everybody, or I don't want to put it down on surfaces in the bathroom. So that is kind of where I was wondering. There's probably another one out there, but that's most of it. As I looked at it and I see what you're trying to accommodate. I see you achieving a lot of the objectives for what you're doing. Some of my questions, and the P&Z is my biggest question.
Fair question. So I do have the shelf in the restroom noted. We'll make sure we include that in there. So that I'm going to start with the easiest ones, and then we'll move to the more difficult ones. The staircase, if I understand the question or concern, this needs to remain open for emergency egress. This will remain open. You can see the wall right here for the exec session room is right on this side right here. So this remains a corridor for staffing in the building. So they could still enter on the west side. They could still walk up the stairs to get to the second floor or third floor. I know Siri hates elevators, so she's going to want to continue to use the staircase. So that's still open. And in times of emergencies, this is absolutely a fire exit, not only for the first, for those folks in the board chambers could exit this way, but also people on the second floor and third floor could come down the staircase and still exit. So you do see a door right here. And I know this is relatively small, so I apologize for that. But this is a secure door to get into the exec session room right here, as you can see on the other side. You brought up a great point, Supervisor Ryan. I certainly appreciate that. As for larger meetings, we have the opportunity to find an alternate location, which we've talked about multiple times, depending on the situation, depending on the public meeting. So if it's a snow play meeting or whatever, you know, that gets a lot of folks that come out. We can certain this board chambers a maximum capacity per fire code. We don't actually know it off the top of our head. It's probably in the mid 70s. So it's not conducive anyway. And the vast majority of our meetings, as you identified, are relatively small. Planning and zoning, we had not thought about yet. Again, the main focus of this would be the board chambers. We do, how many commissioners are on P and Z?
Should be 10.
10. So we have seating for 5. And then of course,
plus staff.
Yeah, the flexibility of this larger well will allow us to line tables up in front right here and do a row of 5 and 5. And then still have ample public seating to reach that mid 60s on this. And I think it'd be a similar case there, where if there was a situation where they had a larger meeting, we could find an alternate. We could assist community development and the P&Z Commission to find an alternate location to hold that meeting. Did that answer all of the questions?
It looks like pretty much so. The planning and zoning, you know, and right now they do fill that room, you know, currently existing often, not always, but often, because they have so many cases that they're rolling through. It's become a habit to have people staging outside on that. So it might be a little bit more of a discussion of those considerations, you know, with them and how that, how you might create functionality associated with that.
Absolutely.
And Tom, speaking of shelving,
yeah,
behind the supervisors, if you can put a shelf up there as well too. You know, just because, as I said, we sometimes bring down so much stuff. There's just, it'd be nice to have a place to put it down there.
Absolutely. So, and that was one of the, there's a fair amount of space behind.
I've noticed that. I like that.
And the millwork is not reflected in here, but there actually will be millwork for having beverages on or whatever else you have that we want to store there and put on top of there, or snacks. So,
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'm Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment also. I think, you know, we have to do with what we have. We have to make it work, and so far the plan, you know, is pretty much in order the way I feel. We're talking about safety and security for access, and also, you know, leaving if something happens, and we're talking about the ADA compliance. The only thing I kind of would like to see is if we have a person in a wheelchair that comes in, where will that person be seated? Way in the back row where those chairs are going to be removed. I think something like that needs to be considered somewhere. And then the whole thing that makes things move is the AV. Can we hear people? Does our mics work and all this and that? So I just want to say, you know, I think we're going the right direction. And there's a lot that comments that were made, but those are only things that I want to bring up, because I think we have to do with what we have. We had other places to do, you know, have our board meetings, then it would be different. But just really right now, we don't have any other options. Although the conference room is going to be kind of small, but still yet, you know, I think we can accommodate like for executive sessions. So I just want to say, let's just do what we have to do, you know, to ensure that we're in compliance all the way around, you know, and making sure that we're safe in case something comes up, you know, that we have to exit really fast, you know, that we're not, you know, bunching up in one place or whatever. So that's all I care about. So as far as these plans are going is, you know, that we're in compliant and that we, you know, we have the AV structure that's really good, and that safety and security is there, and that we make someone in a wheelchair or 2 wheelchairs, you know, accommodate them. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. You know, Tom, might be kind of helpful if you wouldn't mind, you know, taking, you know, just kind of like putting a little blue tape on a table so we can actually visibly and maybe feel what the space is between the supervisors. That would be very helpful. So
Absolutely. So I believe, I'll find a desk on the second floor of admin. And I'll put some blue tape on it and then touch base with you all just so you could see it. We do have one in the board chambers that is it's a 5-foot table.
I believe mine's a 60-inch desk, so we can mark off 4 inches from it.
Okay, thank you, Sue.
You bet.
To address Supervisors Begay, ADA, the full site would be ADA compliant. So anybody that has any kind of accessibility concern, you specifically mentioned a wheelchair. This seat up here is identified specifically for wheelchair access. So if they want to transfer from a wheelchair to a seat, that's why this one is here. Now, of course, a wheelchair can be placed anywhere in here. This ramp is going to be re-poured, so it's ADA compliant. So anybody in a wheelchair could actually get down in the well also, where it currently isn't like that. So it's a pretty significant improvement and a really good thing that we're doing this to allow that. The dais is 100% ADA compliant also, which is something that is not currently existing. For those of you that Supervisor Ryan has walked up there many times, all the weird steps and the tight, behind the pillar, in front of the pillar, over the cord. So everything's cleaned up and everything's compliant on that.
One other question, I know you guys spoke to it, if I may, Madam Chair, would be a little bit more about the audio visual. I mean, currently we have the screens that are in there, although it's hard to read them. Are we modifying in any way, or could you speak a little bit more to what you guys are proposing?
So current conversations are to maintain the existing screens along the back there and put to basically where the ones behind the dais are, similar size. Actually, probably the same exact televisions would go on this square wall. So you'd still have visibility from the folks in the audience. The screens in the back, we could certainly explore the opportunity of making larger ones. Those will be tilted slightly because we also have ADA considerations from a height standpoint that anything below 75 inches within, forget the exact stat, X amount of inches from a wall is actually an ADA issue also. So we need to be able to block that off or tilt it and to meet compliance. But we could certainly look to do larger screens here. We also believe that with the larger desk surfaces, it allows better flexibility for portable electronic devices for Board of Supervisor members to be able to have that electronic right in front of them, either one or two of them, to be able to have that screen.
Yeah. The screens are hard for us to see from the dais, I'll tell you that. So at least for some of us to see from the dais. So
okay. So we'll look to go a little bit larger on that. The distance to those screens is going to be about the same as it currently is. So yeah, we will explore. Those screens were put in probably over a decade ago, and technology has increased substantially, but we'll work with the IT department to figure out exactly what the solution for that is and what that looks like.
So in one more, it would be, so when we do get large crowds in there, that place cooks. Ventilation, any modification of ventilation. I know it's hard to retrofit a building like this. So, but when we sealed up the windows, the unanticipated consequence was when we have that room filled, it cooks. It actually, so just anything associated with that.
The only modifications to the HVAC we have in this plan here is we have fire rated walls that kind of wrap the board chambers, and that's a requirement for the state fire marshal's office. Is we had to, the way we duct the HVAC into that room has changed slightly, but no significant changes. I think that's more from an operational standpoint, we could adjust temperatures in anticipation of a larger public meeting, and that is something that we could certainly make adjustments. I know Sue sends me text messages on a regular basis of like, there's a lot of people in this room, turn down the things, and for us paying attention on agenda review, we could definitely plan for that, and it should solve that issue. The HVAC in that building is not easy to alter, I can tell you that much. And Sue can attest to that.
I still get whoever's microwaving. it still goes to my office first. So don't burn your popcorn there. All right. Well, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, thanks. Any other comments, questions? You know, I know that I appreciate all the thought and hard work that's gone into this. It's not an easy space to try to work out, and you probably have maximized the benefit. I really like the executive session room, what you've done there. I think that's going to be very helpful and important. The safety concerns, obviously, the meeting the ADA compliance is very important as well. So, you know, good job. I'd love to see if we could give ourselves a little bit more space. Maybe we don't need it, but love to take a look and see what you could come up with. And look forward to getting Sue Brown's blue taped desk so we can try it out ourselves. So any other comments or questions, members of the board? And obviously, if in fact we hear back from our that we're going to have to put in more fire sprinklers, etc., to be a compliant, that could substantially increase the price. So I'm assuming you'd come back to us, and we may have to go back to the drawing board if that's the case.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair Horseman. It'll not only increase the price, but it'll push out the schedule. So we think we have a good alternative compliance path to make everybody happy with what our architect designed here. So fingers crossed.
All right, thank you. So thanks for your hard work, and we're going to move on.
Thank you.
So members of the board, we are moving on, and our next one is going to be about the Flood Control District. We need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
I love that, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
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 We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and we're moving along. Discussion regarding an update on the Flood Control District's projects and financial status, including project updates related to Schultz Pipeline long-term flood mitigation spring 2023 projects. And I know we're going to have Flood Control District Forest Restoration Director Jay Smith is going to provide an update on the forest restoration efforts. I just got a request to take a 5-minute break. Would that work for everybody? So 5 minutes, folks. All right. And we'll be back on item 48. Thank you. Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, Lucinda.
Hi there. I just wanted to make sure everything was working because
Yeah, I don't see Sean on yet. And then
Okay,
Jay,
I asked Sean, because it were like 45 minutes early. I asked
yeah.
Sean to actually call. Let me see if he's here.
And then Jay, if you're on, if you can accept the promotion, I'm trying to promote you.
Yeah, Sean.
Assuming that's Jay Smith.
Are you on? You're on, Sean, right?
I'm on, yeah.
I don't know where Jay is. And Sean, you can go off camera till you speak, but is Jay on?
I've been trying to promote Jay. I'm assuming that's Jay Smith. It just says Jay,
Yeah.
but he's not accepting the promotion.
Okay, let me call him.
Hello, this is Sean.
Hey, we're starting.
Yep, I'm pulling into Public Works right now.
Okay, great. And then go on, and she'll then send you a message to add you as a presenter. So, okay, great, bye. Okay, he's just pulling in now, so.
Okay,
He will.
I'll watch for him.
He should be on shortly. Okay, well, lucky I got back when I did.
Sean, are you sharing your screen or Lucinda, are you?
Sean Plioma will be running the presentation.
Okay, got it.
He should be on. He's here and I just spoke to him.
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay.
And I do have it pulled up, Lindsay.
Sean, Golightly, did you check your audio?
Let's give it a go. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Yep. Great.
Right.
Say while we're waiting for them, just a comment. Great job at the Orpheum, guys. I was really nice, very informative. It was really great to see many people from the community. Wish we had more, because I think the community really would have appreciated it. And Sean Golightly did a good job as host and MC. So appreciate all your efforts on that. It was very nice.
Thank you, Patrice. Kind of you to say so.
Yeah, thank you. And I thought it went well too. We counted about 125, but I agree. I think, if we had earlier notice, we could have done marketing, and we did a fair amount, but oh, it's really the people who were there, I got really positive comments. Yeah. Back. So, and is it loaded up yet, Sean, I know it's going to be loaded up. We're going to send out the link to everybody if you want to share it. That'd be great. Yeah. Nice event. It was nice of the Orpheum to do that. Yeah, no, it was. And yeah, it was good. And they really did work with us, because kind of the original plan wasn't going to kind of come together, and they were willing to really work with us on the right messaging and everything. So that was great. Those photos, the old photos and the photos today of the forest, and the undergrowth and the overgrowth of the forest. I mean, talk about, I was really surprised to see those. It was eye-opening.
Are you referring to a John Van Kat's presentation?
Yes, John's photos and his presentation. So I don't think I certainly did not realize the extent of how the forest has grown in the last 100 years, and really the overgrowth of the forest in the last 100 years.
Truly, yeah. It's pretty shocking to see.
All right, we do have Jay Smith, Lucinda.
Great, thank you. And we're going to be ahead of the curve here, I think, for that executive session. If anybody can give a heads up to legal on that. Okay, I'm on with her right now on that matter. So it'd be probably, I'd say about probably 30 minutes out. Do you think, Lucinda?
Chair Horseman and Lucinda, Heather and I are on. We've been following the meeting.
Okay,
so we're
great.
prepared
Super.
whenever you are.
Great. Thanks, Monique. Okay, so are we back? We ready? I see the board. I see Vice Chair. I see Supervisor Ryan, and I know Judy Begay is here as well. So let's proceed. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and I read item number 48. And I see we have our Flood Control District Director with us. And also Jay Smith, our County Forester, and am I turning this over to Forest Restoration Director Jay Smith, or am I turning this over to you, Lucinda? To me, yeah. No, Jay's one kind of brief component at the end, but I'm sorry. We're going to cover all the projects first, and then roll into the into forest restoration update. All right, sounds great. Thanks. Yeah. All right. So unless Steve has something he wants to add. For some reason, Lindsay, my video isn't coming up. Are you seeing it on your end?
See you.
No, we
Lindsay, are
can't
you-
see your screen. Lucinda, you may want to select if it says like screen 1 or screen 2.
It came up earlier. And I put the background on and I saw it when you and I were just on. But
Okay.
Sean, can you run down and figure out what's going on here?
Yes.
Hang on a second here.
If you're using 2 monitors, you may just need to select the other monitor. It says 1
There
or
we go.
2.
There, can you see? Are you all seeing it now or not? No, we're seeing
No.
We see you. Well, I can see it, but you can't see it. Okay.
And I haven't shared yet, so.
Yeah, no, I know that, but my video isn't showing at all.
Okay.
So something.
It is, your video showing, I can see you.
So but can the board members see my video now or not?
See nothing.
No.
We see you.
Wow, because Sean's saying he's seeing it on his computer.
No,
Well, he has a magic computer.
No, can you see me in my video, not the presentation?
Yes.
You.
Okay.
We see you, no presentation.
Yeah, because I couldn't see myself before and I didn't know if that meant you couldn't see me.
We see you live and in Technicolor. Okay.
Excellent, great. Yeah, and I'm in Technicolor. I've been out in the construction this afternoon, so I've got a little color from the sun. It's nice and warm out there, which is great. They are making fantastic progress. So with that, thank you for taking the time today to allow us to do an update as to where we are. Primarily, focusing on the upwards of $35 million worth of projects that are either in construction or going into construction very, very soon. I think, in fact, we have all but 2 more projects that are not started construction yet that will be very shortly. One of which, as I think you know from communication from the Clerk Daily, that we have a meeting Friday morning at 8:30 to approve a next guaranteed maximum price GMP for the Schultz Creek watershed work that's planned above the city detention facilities. This pond and spread feature that we're constructing there as part of the alluvial fan improvement there. That's important to reducing the sediment going into those basins and then downstream. So that will be coming on Friday. And I believe that Lindsay has shared that invite and so forth. And those materials should be hopefully coming over from the attorney either today or tomorrow. And we will put those into OnBase and we will get you hard copies if you so desire as well. Of course, it will be a virtual meeting. So
8 or 8:30. I have it at 8, but maybe I've got it on.
Lindsay, can you comment on that? I thought it was
We have it for 8:30.
8:30.
Friday, May 26th.
That was my understanding as well. So, and that will be a consent item. It should move very quickly, much like the one that we had this morning, which was again a different project, but very similar. And we probably will have 1, maybe 2 more GMPs coming forward for on-forest work as we finalize the plans in both Thames and Thames and Lenox, Wupaki Trails and Brandes Way areas. So with that, we're going to launch in here, and certainly we can take questions at the end, and certainly can take questions as we go along here as well, if anyone has questions. So Sean, go ahead and move to the 3rd slide here. We'll start at the very north end of the flood area with the projects that are associated with Wupaki Trails. And this is on forest. The map on the right is highlighting both the on and off forest projects. But as you're aware, you have already approved the GMP for the Lennox watershed on forest projects, which is actually in, once we have one more GMP coming for this area for some work up on the 420 road area, and a small fan that we're constructing there as well. So we'll be in excess of $7 million. Of course, we know we've got extreme increase in flows in this area. Actually, the latest is that, you know, it's really over 20 times, not just 13. It's actually very significant flows because that upper watershed burned very significantly because of the pipeline fire. The work there includes restoring an existing fan that is there, a larger fan and a smaller fan, as well as adding 3 more additional alluvial fan areas. One up very high, much higher in the watershed, and then 2 down lower in the watershed. So we're really maxing out all of the alluvial fan area that we have, given the dramatic increase in the flood flows. And then we're expanding the terminal trench as well as the transition channel. Those elements will be the very last elements to actually be constructed, so that if we get any kind of early monsoon activity, which I want to reiterate, what we just experienced was not monsoon activity. It acted like monsoon, but it absolutely wasn't monsoon, thankfully. The prediction currently is still that there's more of a chance that it will come later, which is thankful. We hope it does come later because we have a lot of construction to complete, but that will be the last, so that if we get any early events, the water will flow where it did last year. And then again, we're probably now, this was done last week, we're probably now closer to about 95%. We are supposed to have the final plans for that one remaining element within Wupaki by the end of this week. And we have all the clearances. Forest Services signed the NEPA decision for all of the east side. So that's great. And they have, in fact, I was up there today, they have started construction on there. They're probably still at maybe 10-15%. Next slide there, Sean. Then within the neighborhood, the off-forest projects include 3 projects. One, the Wapaki Channel, which is upsizing the existing channel that was constructed, of course, post Schultz, which had a capacity of 140 CFS, and we're upsizing that channel now to 1,100. All but a small segment of that channel has largely been prepared for shotcrete, and the goal is to hopefully begin that shotcrete work within the next week to week and a half. They've cut a lot of that channel is in pretty good shape, being ready for the shotcrete effort. And then the second major project there is a storm drain to increase the capacity of the system there. I try to get it closer to, you know, our goal was to try to get to 1,800 CFS. Given the various constraints there, we were unable to do that, but we're pretty darn close at close to probably between 1,700 and 1,800. So that will involve a 72-inch storm drain. And you can see on the map here, the highlighted in yellow, that shows the segment. It's a segment that basically follows the lower path of the roadway, both the western and southern flanks of Camino de los Vientos. And then the channel, of course, is adjacent to the highway on the eastern side of the development, shown on the map there in the bronze colored box there as well. And then the channel will require upsizing the box culvert there where it crosses Camino de los Vientos. It's very fairly close there to Highway 89. And we are installing a detour at that box. And we expect to have the clearance for that this Saturday, actually. So, or the 30th, actually, it's the 30th that we'll have that clearance. We have clearance for the rest of the channel, but we're still waiting for some additional clearance for that box. But that is all set to go. We have our clearance from ADOT for our, because of the connected, because it's close to ADOT, we did put in for a encroachment permit and traffic plan for that location as well. So those projects currently are on schedule and moving forward. So excited to see all that work out there. Again, I was out there today, and they will start, the storm drain work is starting next week with the additional excavation that's needed. Again, that mostly follows the ditch along the roadway, and then some additional excavation down to the channel where it connects to the channel. So next slide. Now we're moving to the south to Brandis Way. And again, this will start with the on forest. There's work being undertaken to expand the systems that were constructed on forest at Post Schultz. Again, both alluvial fan restoration work there, as well as expansion of existing fan. That was 2 very large fans that were in that area that were constructed during Schultz. And we'll also be expanding the terminal trench and transition channel there as well. That has been engineered. I would say now they're doing a rock work and a number of the rock sills in that area right now, and they're probably closer now to 85% construction work. They still do have some additional rock work that they're finishing up, and then they'll go in and reseed and mulch all the disturbed areas there. So next slide, please. Then moving to off forest, which is that bronze box there, Brandis Way Channel project. And that project is just about completed, actually. I was out there today and they had maybe about 60 to 70 feet left of shotcrete that is being applied to an upsized channel there. It's still a trapezoidal channel. And they are in the last section between Ostrich and the forest area. And they'll either complete that today or tomorrow. So they've made they got into a really good rhythm there, made very good progress. And so we should, within the next week to maximum 2 weeks, we should have all the work done in the Brandis Way area. The Brandis box culvert, as you're aware, ADOT is not intending to make any improvements to their system until next spring is the plan. And so we've decided to kind of revisit that engineering. And given that delay, we've decided let's take another look at that. In terms of how best to engineer that so that it would align maybe a little bit better. We had looked at one configuration. We think perhaps we can come up with a little bit better configuration there. It's the overtopping that has taken place to date hasn't been because of the box culvert. Not that it couldn't be if we had a bigger event. But really, it's been downstream of that box. There is an area there that's was that ADOT put shotcrete in below that after Schultz, and it has a very limited capacity area there. So they've recognized that is very likely, very likely to be a component of the emergency relief project that they're working on that would extend all through this area north of Copeland. So we've kind of put that back on hold to hopefully more align with ADOT's progress on that, their element of the project there. So, and they're looking at that Lennox Road all the way down to through to Copeland Detention and looking at what are their options and so forth, right? They're in that process, and we're obviously chomping at the bit for them to get us some feedback fairly quickly. So, all right, next slide. Now we're moving to 3 of the other on-forest watersheds where we have been performing work over the last several weeks, a month or so now, actually. This work started as soon as everything was approved. They started this work, and they're really pretty much nearing completion, I think, both for Campbell and the North Paintbrush watersheds. Those, if not completed, are very close to completion. And South Paintbrush, they're doing some additional rock work there, but it's nearing completion as well. So, and that has really, for those watersheds beyond we did this last fall, as you know, remove the turf line channels, the turf line channel lining along both South and North Paintbrush, and shotcreted those channels this last fall. And they're literally out shotcreting the upper section of the Campbell ditch as we speak, between Alice and Campbell up to the border with the forest. So that Campbell ditch now will be concrete lined, in either shotcrete or concrete lined, and or gabion basket lined all the way down to the highway once that's completed, which they should be done with that shotcrete project next week. So making great progress there, beyond some cleanup that's taking place in the rest of the channel there over the next several weeks, getting prepared for the monsoon season. The work in that corridor, those 3 corridors will be completed here easily before we get into the monsoon season. So that's exciting to be able to have. That will be in effect within the next 2 weeks. We should have all the projects completed in 4 of the 5 corridors on this side of the mountain. So with that, we'll move to the next slide. And this just recaps what I shared about the Campbell shotcrete, and they're progressing well. And this, again, they had completed all the pre-work preparing the channel. They did upsize that channel. They did increase that capacity, and that had been done prior to now. They're applying the shotcrete, which is the last phase beyond just some cleanup and so forth there. All right, next slide, please. Then the next project they will begin next week is the plug and spread project, pond and spread, plug and spread. We're kind of going back and forth with the language, but watershed restoration project above the city detention basins within the Schultz Creek watershed area. And this has been cleared. The engineering's completed, and that GMP will come forward for your consideration and potential approval again this Friday at 8:30. And that should be, with that, they will begin construction of that work next week. And so that's exciting to get that work underway. And you will see that the cost came in higher. That was an estimate that Natural Channel Design had put on the project. we've had a number of elements that the Forest Service has requested that we do through the GNA. And we're pretty confident we have the financial capacity to do that. They want to make some modifications to the parking and do some other improvements in that area through the GNA to complement the work that we're doing. And we're doing that as part of that overall project. So you'll see that that cost is coming in closer to $1 million. That includes a pretty significant contingency right now. All of the on-forest projects that are substantially complete, I think all of them are coming in pretty much under budget. So they've done just a fantastic job working very diligently on those efforts and coming forward with some really great ideas on value engineering and reducing the costs as well as we've worked through those. So that's been great. Next slide, please. As I mentioned prior, we expect an additional GMP for the Lennox watershed, and then possibly one and likely one more for Brandis as well, again, for the 420 road work and some other work that the Forest Service wants us to integrate into our projects. There are stock tanks up in that area. This is an area that there is an active grazing lease on this area. It frankly hasn't been grazed in quite some time, but they have to, in effect, restore the capacity to provide that grazing lease. And so that's part of the work we're doing through the GNA. And this is the beauty of the GNA, is that it really functions as a partnership. And most of these costs, some additional costs there at Schultz was beyond what we had originally planned for, but most of this we had planned for and understood. But things do come up as we work through this, and we're working with them in partnership. And we're tracking these costs with them so that they understand if we are over budget, as we begin to get close to the budget, we may have to go back and ask for additional funding. I don't expect to have to do that. I think we're going to make it, but they know that could be a conversation based upon some of the things they've wanted to add to the scope. Obviously, for them to mount these types of efforts, it's frankly much more, they have a lot more bureaucracy they have to go through than we do, fortunately. So that's part of the GM, that's why we use GNA, and that's why GNA is being used for forest restoration, is it's a very fluid mechanism. So the work that we did as a county to get that type of mechanism in place is really paying off for both parties. So that's great. Next slide, please. And then lastly, but very importantly, we are making great progress on the Parkway Sediment Basins project. They do expect to meet the substantial completion date of June 15th under the current plan. They've now removed over 13,000 cubic yards of material and expect to need to remove a couple hundred more, but they're pretty close to being done with all the excavation effort and relocating some utilities that are needed and so forth. And you can see up at the top of this basin, there's a rock weir there, or a rock fall sill there that's largely completed now. So it's going pretty well. And I was out there today for the construction meeting, and things are moving along pretty well. They're still seeing the water is no longer draining on the surface, but in one location where they had to relocate an electric line, they're down probably about 10-15 feet, and it's flowing underground. So snow melt is still in the area, but now substantially underground. So it won't be involved with any of the rest of the area. Once they get that utility relocated, they'll be in good shape. So that should be finishing up soon. I talked to one of the neighbor, not the neighbor of the house shown there, but the one across the street, and he's really happy to see this all going in, and he wants the next 2 basins to go in. He asked, when are those going in? I said the plan is that those will be constructed this fall. And so anyway, that was good to he's supportive of it. He's supportive of the mitigation. So with that, we could move to the next slide. And this just captures kind of a lot of the information that was on the prior slides in terms of each of the projects and kind of where we are. And we'll be updating this. Our next update is, of course, the end of June, but we'll be updating this and sending it out with the weekly updates that Sean's been providing to the board. And so you can see how we're progressing through the construction. So right now, I think we're looking at, I think the projects off Forest and Wupaki will go into the monsoon season. I think they're looking at trying to goal to be completed by July 1st or 2nd week of July. But I would expect that we will still have some work underway going into the monsoon season. And we expected that largely because we got the funding so late with the holdup at OMB. So mostly because of that, somewhat because of the snow melt as well and wetter conditions. So, but we're pushing hard, and Tiffany's just doing a phenomenal job, and all the subs that are working with them, everybody's doing a great job staying on track and on budget or below budget right now. So that's been great. So let's go to the next slide. So now we'll move to communications, and Sean Golightly is going to provide an update on the various communications that have been underway.
Great. Thank you, Lucinda. Chair Horstman, members of the board, thank you so much for taking an interest in our work here. Happy to tell you a little bit about what we're doing. Sean, if you could just put us to the next slide there. So as you heard from Lucinda, there's a lot of work happening on the ground, and my role has been largely making sure that the community is informed, aware of what's going on. So I'd like to just run through a few of the products that have been coming out of the communication side of the team here. The first thing I want to draw your attention to is the weekly e-news update that we've been putting out. Many of you have probably seen this. This is a very high-level update that goes out to the whole flood area, or basically everyone we have on our mailing list in that respect. It includes some of the construction updates, notices of meetings or other important information for the flood area. And this product has gotten a lot of really good feedback in the time that I've gotten in this position. I've spoken to a lot of residents firsthand who said that they've really appreciated the just kind of the constant contact, the touching base on a weekly basis, and getting some of those updates, even in times when there's not a lot of information to report to them. I've been finding that residents are just really pleased to have that contact there. Next, we have some major publications that have been going out. We contributed 2 pages to the county report to citizens, 1 page largely breaking down everything we're doing in the spring 23 construction season, which we just kind of went over with Lucinda, and then another page looking into our forest restoration initiatives that are being led by Jay Smith. So both those pages will be going out in the report to citizens, which I believe is going to be publishing here pretty soon if it hasn't already. Next, we have the flood guide. This is actually what I'm in the process of finalizing as we speak. This will be an 8-page guide that goes out to the flood area, includes lots of important information on how to prepare, how to mitigate for home, how to respond after a flooding incident, and provides a lot of valuable resources to the community as well. This is something that the flood area received last year. This year, we're putting it out to the Schultz Pipeline flood area with a few updates, but in a lot of places, the information and the resources that are being provided to citizens are staying the same in that guide. So as I mentioned, that should be hopefully finalized by the end of this week here, and we'll get that out into the hands of residents pretty soon. Next, I want to talk about some of the community meetings we've been having. In the past few months, we've held a handful of corridor meetings in which we've invited members of the public, or specifically residents within flood corridors, to come and meet with engineers and county leadership to discuss the plans and the progress of flood mitigation in their areas. These meetings have been really vital. Not only is it an opportunity for residents to connect directly with engineers, express concerns, feedback, or even give them information that they might not have seen ahead of time through modeling and such, but it's also just been a really important event, I think, for kind of facilitating cohesion amongst the neighborhoods and making sure that people are on the same page, getting some of the same information, particularly as we talk about the corridor meetings for upcoming projects in Peaceful, Copeland, and we'll have Government Tank here coming up in the next month or so as well. We also, as many of you probably know, we hosted a big event last Friday at the Orpheum, where this was really a pursuit of the Forest Restoration Initiative. We did a big wildfire awareness event where we facilitated a couple informative videos, some presentations from local scientists and a local author, and then facilitated a Q&A between the public and a panel of 4 experts sort of in the world of wildfire. This was our own Forest Restoration Director, Jay Smith, as well as representation from NAU's Ecological Restoration Institute, the Forest Service, and city wildland firefighting teams as well. That event, I think, went really well. Again, we had about 125 people in attendance, got some good feedback on just the value that was given to residents there and being able to speak directly with some of their local leadership. We also have a meeting coming up on June 6th. This will be a virtual flood prep meeting that we are going to invite all members of the residents to attend to. We intend to go over a lot of some of the information that folks will be receiving in the flood guide, but also give some presentations with, from emergency management, updates on the projects we're doing, and other resources, provide other resources that are going to just help folks get prepared for the flood season as monsoon season comes around here. You'll know I said that we've been assisting in other meetings. Mostly that's to note that the city has been holding flood related and flood project related meetings as well. And we've made a point to make sure that we've got county representation out there, so that can be another avenue for residents to connect with our offices and our leadership and have an understanding of what's going on. The final piece of the puzzle here has been media outreach. We've been doing a fair bit of it, gotten some good coverage recently, both on projects that are happening in the works, as well as some of the forest restoration things that have been going on. So that picture you see on this presentation here was from the Charboss demonstration that we had a few weeks back. This was a demonstration that, well, really it was a trial to test out some new equipment that is designed to handle biomass, a really important process when it comes to forest restoration. And we invited the public and members of the media to come observe these trials and ask questions of the experts there. We had some good coverage, both from local media as well as from a news outlet down in Phoenix as well on that. And we have plenty more outreaches, media outreaches planned. We actually have one coming up this week on Thursday, where we're going to show members of the media some of the progress we're making in flood control projects in the Wupatki Trails area. To that end too, I would also say we've got good interest from our media partners in terms of what's going on. Not only is the progress we're making in the Pipeline East area of interest to a lot of folks, what we're planning for the Schultz Creek area has been of interest as well. So again, we've gotten some play in local media. We've had a few pieces done recently from Fox News outlets, Channel 12, Fox Weather, I believe as well, AZ Family. And we expect to see more in the future, especially as we continue to kind of break ground on some new construction projects. And when we get into monsoon season, I feel pretty confident that there's going to be interest in the work that we're doing. So that's kind of a general look at all the things that are coming out of the communications side here. The name of the game here has really just been keeping people informed as much as possible. It's a lot of work that we're doing, and in many cases, it's happening literally in people's backyards. So it's been a priority to make sure that the public not only has the information that they deserve, but opportunities to provide feedback and kind of work with our leadership and our team to make sure that we're delivering something that fits for the community. And with that, I think that concludes my presentation. I'll hand it over to Sean Puyama.
All right, and before we do that, thanks, Sean, and appreciate the update on what the county has been doing and the outreach to the public. I think it's so important, especially during these times where we have so many projects going on at once. It's pretty impressive, I have to say, that they're all going on apparently very successfully and with all due speed here to get this done before the monsoon. So huge thanks, and know what a commitment that is from the Flood Control District and the outreach and communication to the public. And I would just ask that since we as the Board of Directors for the Flood Control District also play a big part in that communication outreach, to let us know and just keep us informed. And if you can provide it, and again, in a social media friendly manner, we'll make sure that we help get that message out to the public as well. So, thank you. And it was a very successful meeting at the Orpheum. I'm sorry that more weren't there, but the people that were, I received nothing but very positive comments. And, and really appreciated the information, and it was an enjoyable time. I think people really learned something and really appreciated being there. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. I appreciate the feedback.
Other comments, questions, members of the board on either Lucinda's overview, which is extensive, impressive as always, and a huge thank you and a great commitment to our community to work in such an expedited manner, trying to get this done before the monsoons, especially since the Maysoons came and kind of interfered with that. So really appreciate that.
Fortunately, it didn't have much impact on construction, which was great. So next up is actually Sean Puyama is going.
Hold on, I got some comments
too.
Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, first off, good job on Friday. I appreciated the presentation and the videos. I mentioned that earlier. The other thing was it's encouraging to hear that we're finally going to have some meetings for the corridors that aren't having mitigation efforts this year and just engineering. I think there was some frustration in the community, so I'm glad that's getting addressed, and it's good to know we're going to have those corridor meetings soon to discuss the process. So thank you.
Thanks, Vice.
Yes, we had one. We have one coming up on the 7th, and then we'll have one toward the end of the month. So all three of those corridors that are remaining will have had meetings over the next month. And then we have the area-wide meeting really focusing on prep, although we'll do an update on the projects as well. On the 6th, which is virtual, so we can cover everybody. It was interesting. I was on the phone yesterday morning with a couple of people that I've been in contact with since last fall from New Mexico that are working on the recovery effort there. And they haven't even started engineering anything yet. So, we were able, they're like, totally blown away that we're actually in construction. And, I'm offering once again to try to help work with them to effectuate the types of things that we're doing here, integrated systems, comprehensive watershed wide effort. And there's a lot of interest, but boy, you really gives me an appreciation for what we learned, over having this be our third rodeo, how much we've learned and the systems that we have in place and the authorities that we have. New Mexico, they don't have flood control districts, so there's nobody to even step into that role. This counties are very small. They have very limited capacity. They really don't do drainage or flood control type projects as part of their routine operation in those areas. It's very rural. And there's been, basically a year spent figuring out who has the authority even to do the work, to work with NRCS. They have lots of federal resources, far more than we do, frankly, but there's who's going to actually do the work. It's an interesting dynamic, reminds me a lot of what went down when we had Schultz and how much we had to all learn. And certainly Supervisors Fowler and Ryan will remember that. We had a lot to learn. Anyway, they're really struggling, and it's in contrast, it's pretty amazing where we are already. So.
Very good. Thank you. Other comments? Supervisor Ryan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Lucinda, I like your diagrams are getting better and better. Really appreciate it. Sean, love your outreach. You're hitting it at the right time with the right people, obviously working together with the whole team here. But that's fantastic. Yeah, I would say, Lucinda, lessons learned, and we keep progressing with it. The other thing is good fortune where federal money is. Typically, we wouldn't be able to tap it the way that we have been able to. So, kudos to our senators and representatives for helping us out in that way too. And just, I really appreciate the update. At some point, in no rush, you're busy doing what you need to do, but love to get out there and see it. That and/or get Tim Carter with his drone over there to get some of the visuals.
Yeah, we are going to, I've talked to them about getting the drone out, but yeah, we'll talk more about actually getting you out there, sooner than later. To see once we really get underway on Forest, it'll be, the area, the Wupaki Trails area is going to be really a great area. We still have to, once we've got all those projects going at once, there'll be over 100 people working in that area. So.
And by the way, Tim Carter taught both myself and the mayor how to fly that drone. So we're completely ready to help out. Just let us know, okay?
Put Patrice to work. Come on, Patrice, get out there and film.
Drive that drone. So, and I know that any other comments, otherwise I know that we have a financial update coming as well from Sean. So any other comments, questions? All right, please proceed, Lucinda.
All right, excellent. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Sean, and he's put together some graphics to kind of show you where we are financially at this point, and know that, this was probably now about 2 weeks ago where the financials and things are moving very quickly, but we're also getting reports back from the contractor as to how they're progressing, and they're doing a good job coming up with some really good value engineering ideas and working it pretty hard. So that's been great. So Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Lucinda. Good morning or good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thanks for the opportunity to come before you to share this financial update regarding the spring 23 projects that we have going. Again, my name is Sean Kuyama. I serve as the business manager for the Flood Control District. And the first thing I wanted to do was kind of take a step back and review the 2 construction manager at risk awards. Like Lucinda said, we've had a lot of things coming to you for review and approval in the past couple months. And I really wanted to kind of go through those, what those actually tie to, just so you have a better understanding for transparency. Really, the first thing I wanted to kind of go over was the construction manager at risk, the RFQ 2023-106. The 106 is in reference to all of the on-forest work. So as you start getting these amendments that are coming through, Amendment 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, those have what have gone through to the board. If it's in reference to 106, those are all on-forest projects. So these projects are projects that are covered by the Forest Service Good Neighbor Authority Agreement. And as of today, we've actually sent 5 amendments to the board for approval. As Lucinda mentioned, we do have number 6 coming to the board this Friday in a special session. This again is an on-forest project. I know it can get confusing with the different amendments and everything that come to, but what we've been doing is referring to RFQ 106 as the on-forest. So that's a little trick that you can use to know which CMAR projects we are talking about. Then to transition into the second CMAR, which is RFQ 2023-107, these are in reference to the off-forest or neighborhood work that's being done in Wapaki Trails and in the Brandis neighborhood. So far, we've had 3 amendments that have come to the board. All 3 are in reference to Brandis and Wapaki neighborhoods. Again, these are off-forest projects. The 3 that have come to the board, 2 of them are related to the NRCS funding award for Wapaki and Brandis. And the 3rd one is for the Wapaki Storm Drain Project, which is a cost covered by the district. But again, I just kind of wanted to highlight those 2 CMAR awards so that you have an understanding of which goes to what amendment as we bring them forward to the board. So to kind of recap what Lucinda shared a little bit, these maps again show the cost associated for each of the projects. The first slide shows the Wapaki Trails neighborhood and the associated Lennox watershed project. Again, this is the on-forest project, roughly about 6.9 million. The off-forest in the neighborhood is about 4.8, and that's in the brown, orange colored box. This project is covered by the NRCS and DFFM funding awards that we've received. This project again is part of the off-forest project in the neighborhood. The 3rd project is the Wapaki Storm Drain project, which is actually being covered by the district. The cost of this project, which is about 2.9 million, this project is being covered by the funding that was used from the general fund loan. So later on in the presentation, I'll share a graphic that shows just how that general fund loan is being broken down. You'll see that the Storm Drain project has been allocated into that bucket of funding. And as Lucinda mentioned before, the 4th project is the Camino de los Vientos culvert project, which is a cost of about $421,000. That cost is going to be covered by Public Works as it is impacting Public Works infrastructure. Public Works will be covering the cost of that project. But overall, this shows that we have about 4 projects that are going on in the Wapaki Trails area, and those total cost of projects, it's about 15.1 million for the entire area of Wapaki Trails. The next slide shows the overview of the Brandis and Thames watershed. Again, 3 projects going on in this area. The first being the on-forest watershed project, which is roughly a cost of 1.8 million. The second being the neighborhood project, which again is being covered by RFQ 107, which is that NRCS award for Wapaki and Brandis neighborhoods. That project is roughly about 3.6 million. And then the final project, as Lucinda mentioned, is actually in delayed status as we're going back to the engineering, but roughly we've estimated that cost will be about 690,000 for the Brandis Channel Box Culvert project. This would give us about a rough total of 6.2 million for the Brandis neighborhood. Now looking at the on-forest projects for Campbell and North and South Paintbrush, a majority of the work in this area is on-forest. These were the first amendments that were brought to the board about 2 months ago in reference to the RFQ 106, again, the on-forest projects. These projects were broken down to 3 different phases, but the total cost of each of the phases is highlighted at the top of each of these boxes. For Campbell, it's about 876,000. For North Paintbrush, 641,000. And then finally, South Paintbrush is about 1.4 million. The update with this work, as Lucinda shared, is that this work was the first to go this spring. And so far, most of this work has already been completed. We've been notified that phase 1 and 2 have been invoiced for. So we're at the tail end of the work that's being done on forest for these 3 watersheds. The 4th project, Lucinda also mentioned, is the Campbell Shot Creek project. This was actually part of the fall 2022 projects that we brought to the board last fall. This project is going to be funded by the district initially, but is eligible for 100% reimbursement through DFFF. So just a quick overview. Again, I think Chair Horstman, you mentioned it. There's a lot going on, and we have a lot of different projects throughout the neighborhoods. But what we're really focused on is making sure that we track our projects diligently. As part of being part of the federal funding, we want to make sure that we're invoicing as quickly as we can so that we can actually submit for reimbursement. That's going to be a big focus for our team as well as we transition into the end of this fiscal year, is really looking at what can we submit for reimbursement for this fiscal year to get that back, and then start planning for how are we going to submit reimbursement going into the next fiscal year. But this list has all of the projects and their associated costs. So for a total of about 23.6 million is what we're managing right now for spring 2023. And again, Chair Horstman, you mentioned it's a lot, but I think this team is more than capable. They're showing that they're more than capable. Again, Tiffany's been doing a great job. For the projects that they have invoiced us for, they are coming in under budget, which I think Lucinda did mention earlier. So that's a positive sign. They're doing what they need to do, but being fiscally responsible, which is great. And that's going to be reflected in just how we manage the projects going forward. The final slide that I wanted to share is just an update on the general fund loan. I know that we bring this up every time we present, but I think it's important for the board to understand where those funds are going to. Again, the board did provide a general fund loan of a 15.5 million. A couple of key points I wanted to share about that loan is that most of these expenses include the construction and technical assistance that's not covered by the federal awards. I know there's been a lot of talk about the federal awards, but there have been some expenses that aren't covered under that. And so those costs are being borne by the district. And that's where that 15.5 is really helping out by providing us the cash flow to manage that without having to stop work, and we can continue moving forward. A small piece of what we use those funds for is the operations cost. And these are costs that aren't budgeted in the flood control's base budget. These are costs associated with response costs pertaining to the events of Schultz Pipeline. They include costs related to community meetings and printing and publishing costs, as well as temporary land use. There's a lot of moving material out there, and we do have to store it someplace economically beneficial and close to the area. So we've been able to get a couple of temporary land use permits to be able to store that material, which I know Tiffany is using to construct their mitigation structures. And then the other thing that I wanted to touch on is that the general fund loan is not used to cover salaries or temp wages or any overtime costs. Those costs are being absorbed by the district's just base budget. And those costs are not part of the 15.5 million. A couple of key points I wanted to bring up on this pie chart here is, again, there are some costs that aren't reimbursable for the fall 2022 projects. Those costs are indicated in here. Again, also the Wapaki Storm Drain project is on this pie chart to show that that's being paid out of the general fund loan. And then this large green, light green area, this is important because this is the estimated excess construction and TA costs. I wanted to mention this because this is an estimate. This is a high estimate. And like Lucinda mentioned, we are coming under budget on some of the work that we're doing. So some of this may be reduced, but we wanted to include this number because it does show that we are using that 15.5 to help help with some of the funding costs that haven't been that aren't part of the federal funding award or that won't be reimbursed by other means. And that ends up leaving us with an estimated balance about 3.6 million moving forward out of that 15.5 that we initially received last summer. And with that, I'll pause for any questions that you may have regarding the finances.
Members of the board, any comments or questions? Comments or questions? It's a lot to digest, needless to say, and a lot of moving parts. Money coming in, money going out at different time and different rates in different places and in sometimes different fiscal years.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yeah, it's Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is great. I love the presentation. One piece that, would help me is that accumulative effect, seeing that as well. And so, because you need to break it out and show us where the projects are happening. And we were asking you to do that, and you're doing a great job at that. If we also see the accumulative effect. And you're doing that for the general fund loan, I see that, but I'm looking at a kind of a tally, type of spreadsheets for something like that. I love the presentation. Again, it's not a critique on you guys, just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I'm really thankful for the presentation by Lucinda and her staff. I also have the same concern. It's not concern, but something I would like to see is what was brought up by Matt. And then, I'm really thankful also that we know their projects are going and, they're getting done. And I think they're according to the timeline. So I'm just happy that, we're helping the people that live in the areas that we're talking about. Because we need to continue to advocate and also continue to think about, how better ways to, have the floods controlled and stuff like that. So those are things that we're doing already. But I just want to say thank you to Lucinda and the staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? All right, then let's move along. So
before we transition to forest restoration, just a couple things I wanted to add is that in addition to what you saw, we had funding last fall as part of the fall, we called it the fall, short-term projects that we had at that time. And we did build into that cost structure then funding for what we're calling individual mitigation areas. And in effect, for the areas where we're both doing mitigation now and in a few smaller areas where we aren't effectuating the long-term mitigation, but we need some additional short-term interim mitigation done, we're working on those plans and projects as well. There's a handful of areas within Wupaki trails that if we get overflow that from the system that's being constructed, that there's some additional mitigation needed there to really kind of redirect the water back to the roadside ditches as well as to the storm drain and channel. So those are moving forward, as well as a couple of properties within the Brandis Way area that sustained a lot of impact last year. And basically it's really trying to, account for those areas that have seen inordinate level of impact, and we're planning for the potential to have overflow from the systems that are being constructed. We're also looking at a set of properties within the government tank area that had that's the southernmost flow there, that had a tremendous amount of impact through that area. We have money through NRCS to fund that component. So we're trying to do some interim things in at least two of the other corridors to try to help get through this next, monsoon season. Certainly those in Wupaki and Brandis are integrated into the mitigation that has been designed there, but the others are really kind of more just expanding some of the short-term mitigation to help them better sustain through another monsoon season. So it also includes a small set of properties up in the upper Peaceful Way area as well. So just wanted to share that work's going to be underway, and we're in communication with those properties now as well. So, and we will generate kind of a total cost. I think if you go back to the project costs there, we did estimate for this spring that we'd be spending upwards of about 35 million based upon the cost estimate. So, and right now that prior slide that Sean shared, we're at about 23.6 million right now based upon the GMPs that have gone through. And certainly we have more coming. But I think we're going to be, and again, I think the actual costs will even come in less. So that's kind of where that stands, but we'll put a graphic together that more completely conveys that information as well. So thank you. I think with that, we can move to the forest restoration. Jay.
Thank you, Lucinda. Afternoon, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Jay Smith, I'm the Forest Restoration Director for the Flood Control District. Sean, you can go to the next slide. So because Matt Ryan has always told me I have to start with Bill Williams Mountain, I'm going to start with Bill Williams Mountain again. So things are moving. Obviously the snow on the mountain was extraordinary this year, so it has set it back a little bit. But we have now completed almost half of the project that we want to do. So we have 550 acres complete, another 200 acres under contract right now. Unfortunately, with the snowpack, they were not able to get the owl surveys done to be able to get them in the spring. So it's going to be late summer before they can get back to work. Then after they complete these last 200 acres, they will move on to phase 3 or 4 and 5, or steep slope 4 and 5, the last 800 acres on the north side of the mountain. I also gave you the breakdown on the monies that have been spent by each entity, with the flood control at 6.8 million, Forest Service 13.6, and NFF and DFFM 2.1 million to date. So we are kind of having some hiccups with the amount of dead and down in some areas. That's costing a little bit more. So, I'm not going to take it out of the realm that I may have to bring a few more dollars into this to really get it to the conditions we wanted, so that they can put fire back on this mountain and really keep it. Once we make this initial investment, we don't want to have to do this again anytime soon. So we want them to be able to keep maintenance done with fire in the future. The other thing I've done with Bill Williams is I went to Fort Collins the 1st of May and presented a case study of Bill Williams Mountain, the project that we've done, to the SWRI workshop with 300 participants. Got a lot of good feedback and questions from other groups that are working on some critical projects in their states that were interested in understanding how to work with NFF and with the Forest Service. So it was really good to be there and get that feedback. Next slide, please. We're going to move on to the REPI, Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program, the grant that was received. I always say we received it, but it really wasn't the Flood Control District. It was the National Forest Foundation that submitted the 2 grants, and were awarded $1 million each. So we have a total of $2 million of DoD funding for this project. We only had to invest $290,000 to do some steep slope stuff on Mormon Mountain, but they will be treating over 5,000 acres in that watershed. and around the NPOI installation to protect it from smoke and fire. The one good thing that we're seeing out of REPI, or another good thing out of REPI, is the Forest Service and NFF are working to build a firewood bank in Navajo and Hopi communities over the next 5 years, all from these REPI projects. So instead of us scrambling trying to find firewood each year, that we start to bank wood in 11 different communities, so that it's always there ready to go when the winter time, or in the fall, for getting ready for winter. Also, as part of the Wood for Life, I just wanted to bring up a couple other points. The Alamo Navajo School Board is partnering with Carl Livingston to do hand thinning on 400 acres off of Little Eldon Springs Road, which is in that right in that Schultz pipeline area, an area that we were concerned still had a lot of fuels there to burn, and we do not need more fire in that area. So they're hand thinning 400 acres. That wood will be going to Wood for Life as well. And then some of the wood that's coming off of the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project in the Schultz Pass area has been stacked and is getting processed right now to go also as firewood. There's 6,000 cords of firewood that's going to be processed and distributed to those 11 communities on Hopi and Navajo Nation. There's also, in addition to that, 40 truckloads of long logs that's going out to Hopi for Kiva reconstruction. So a lot of good things going on with the wood, since we have really no other place to send it. So we're making ways to move that wood out of the forest. Next slide, please. Okay, now to the Upper Rio de Flag watershed, which is the real critical area that we have prioritized as we move, get things going with Bill Williams. The Wing East timber sale, which is a little over 2,000 acres, has been put out for bid. It'll be, they'll have bids in the next couple of weeks finalized and have a contractor set up for that. That's a real critical area in from Highway 180 all the way to Harts Prairie Road, the 151 road. So it's going to get a good chunk of area that is concerned that would move up into the steeper slopes. The NEPA has started on the LaRue analysis area. That is the, well, I should say steep slopes. I don't know how I missed that one. But that includes those steep slope areas that we are interested in to really prioritize as highest priority for us in the flood control district. So that has started. So we're going to keep moving that forward to where we can start getting projects lined out in that area. Obviously working with the Forest Service and the City of Flagstaff, we're building an Upper Rio treatment map so that we can really spell this stuff out, really see where areas have been treated, where the missing parts are, and to be able to show the public and the board and city council those things, and make it a little bit easier to understand where we need to do work and how to prioritize that, as well as looking at those drainages that we may be able to do some work in as we're doing the forest restoration work. And then lastly on this, we're awaiting the congressional funding decision for the $2.56 million that we submitted. Senator Kelly and Sinema are pushing that through. We waiting on a letter from the Forest Service. That's finally, Chair Horstman, we through Senator Kelly, we're forcing them to put a letter together that prioritizes this area. That's the only way we're going to be able to get this money pushed through to the Senate to get voted on. So Aaron Mayville's been very reactive and is getting that letter to Senator Kelly's staff as we speak, hopefully.
I hope so too, Jay. And just, I'm going to stop you just for a minute here. I know that there have been ongoing discussions between the City of Flagstaff, the Forest Service, and the county on what the priorities are and who's doing what and when, and a timeline. And much like when we were looking for the flood mitigation efforts and getting a kind of a map, so we knew where they were and who was doing what and what the schedule looked like, we're going to need that here for the forest restoration.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a huge undertaking as well, and an important undertaking, so we don't end up in the same vicious cycle of fires, floods, and restoration. So, or I should say fires, flood and mitigation, we need the restoration to, stop that. So we really need to see where we are, who's doing what, who's paying for what, where is that money coming from? So we have that same understanding here for the restoration projects as for the flood projects.
That is in the works. I hope to have that soon.
Thank
I
you.
don't know how to define soon though, if that's a federal soon or if that's a flood control district soon or.
Even if it's pending soon, you know what I mean? If you say, this is it, this is pending, we're waiting, blah, blah, blah. But it also helps us when we as supervisors can advocate and hopefully put some pressure on, whether it be the city or whether it be the flood control, the Forest Service, or whether it be whatever.
Yeah.
And also we can give information to our community. So it's and I understand and I know you're pushing, I know Lucinda's pushing, and we need to keep that because we need to have a game plan. And we need to know what that game plan is.
Yep, understood.
Okay.
We will work on that
Thanks.
as much as possible. Yep, it's priority.
Yeah. Any other comments or should we move along?
I've got one more slide.
All right, one more slide. Do it. Thanks, Jay.
All right, one more. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. So I wanted to do a quick forest industry update for all of you. Obviously, this winter was tough for operations. It's just you just can't log in 10 feet of snow. It's almost impossible. And so there was a lot of struggling with the industry as far as the loggers, and Novo Biopower ran at like 40% for a while because they couldn't get enough fuel wood. The sawmills were struggling. So it's been a tough winter. We're hoping things are up. Obviously, this rain has put them out of the woods a few days, but not too bad. But it will probably keep them where they won't have to go into fire restrictions through this logging season. So we're hoping that keeps them moving and they can get things rolling again. The Forest Biomass Coalition that I'm a part of we're still obviously working on that biomass bottleneck solution. I think I've mentioned to you Ralston Purina, or Nestle Purina now, they're interested in getting some information from us, and we're putting it together for them for looking at converting their boiler and their heating system that cooks the pet food to a wood-based, biomass-based cooker, which would consume about 5,000 acres worth of biomass every year. So not a small drop in the hat there. So we're continuing to work with them on that. Chris Pastors and myself, we assisted 3 businesses, local businesses, with forestry grants for FY23. So we hope those are successful to help them grow their businesses. And the Bioeconomy Development Opportunity Zone, I just wanted to say thank you for supporting that. I know Chris Pastors brought that to you in early May. So appreciate that. It's going to make a difference. We're already hearing good things. As soon as we can do that in July with a new budget, we will get that moving and look forward to good things out of that. And then this morning, I presented at the Council for Forest Engineers. There's 110 members of that are attending from all over the world in Flagstaff this week. And so I did a presentation on why a flood control district has a forest restoration initiative and a forester on staff. And it was pretty evident with the post-fire flooding of why we're doing this. And then we will be taking them on tour of some of the flood mitigation work on Thursday. So that's the industry update. Things are moving. We obviously, it's a problem across the whole West. There was several sessions today on how to increase the workforce in the forest industry across the West. So we will continue to struggle there, but I think we can get things moving and get things in a positive way as I think everybody's starting to understand how critical, how important it is to have people out there doing this work. So thank you, and I'll entertain any questions that you guys have, but I think Lucinda may be closing it out with 1 or 2 more slides.
All right, thanks, Jay. Any questions for Jay?
Just quickly, no, really appreciate what you're doing out there, Jay. the bioeconomy development opportunity zone, I mean, we need to be positioned right also. So, you know, as you progress with updates on that, you know, be nice to know how it's going, what needs to be nudged here or there on that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Agree wholeheartedly.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Jay, for your hard work, and we look forward to continued updates. So,
Thank you.
Lucinda, you've got a final couple words.
Yes, I just wanted to emphasize that, go ahead and go to the next slide, Sean, that even with the measures that are underway, certainly all the mitigation measures, you know, we can never construct a mitigation measure that will mitigate every rainfall event. And so, and we obviously emphasize that at every meeting that we have. And I just want to emphasize that again. And for flood prep, you know, we'll be in monsoon within less than 2 months now. So just reiterating some of the key messages, make sure you've signed up for emergency notifications. You've renewed or purchased your flood insurance. We strongly encourage everyone to hold flood insurance. There is no other way to recover damage to your home than through flood insurance, because it's unlikely that we would ever qualify for what's called individual assistance. And even if we did qualify for FEMA individual assistance, it's capped at $33,000 per property. So whereas flood insurance goes up to $250,000, plus you can have some additional coverage for contents and things like that. The exhibits that were prepared last summer that identify what mitigation is needed for the individual properties in the area, those are still valid. We've checked those against the maps and certainly people can go on now and see the revised maps or revised based on the LiDAR that was flown last October. But for the most part, those exhibits are still hold, and we encourage people to maintain that mitigation, irrespective of whether they're getting long-term mitigation now or not, because till we get further recovery up in the forest, we're going to continue to see impacts. If you are elderly or disabled and you need some bags replaced, hopefully you maintained your mitigation. But if you do have damaged bags and we need to provide someone, we will work with United Way and or our Conservation Corps crew to provide some help. Please email us at the pipeline email, and we will make arrangements to have some support provided there. And we are not changing any of the flood alerts within the east side, nor in Schultz Creek. We're not changing any of the flood alert thresholds. The thresholds that were in place last year will remain. We will be modifying the thresholds within the museum flood area. That information has gone out. It was part of the museum area flood area meeting that was held, and that will continue to be communicated primarily by the city. And they largely made the decision based upon recovery in the forest, but mostly because of the work the district has done up on the forest and below the forest. They made a decision to increase those thresholds, and information will go out to those households as well. So next slide, please. Just want to touch on, you know, I've had this slide in every update, is that, you know, we are still, you know, working through this. This is a big financial undertaking. There will always be financial risks and impacts. One thing I want to point to is that as we go through this process, and to some extent, you know, this ties into, you know, what level of impact we can have on the general fund, and frankly don't want to have on the general fund. It may require that next year we look at some short-term financing. We had this discussion early on. We've been able to manage with the loan and the federal funding that has come in. But we may well need to do some short-term financing. Won't need to have that conversation till we're probably well into next fiscal year, but I think that's just something to keep on the landscape, mostly for cash flow purposes. And just some other points here, but and that we want to continue to protect those forest restoration funds that have been really set aside to support that work, because this is really critical work, particularly in the Upper Rio. So with that, I think that concludes the presentation, and happy to take any other questions that you may have.
Thanks, Lucinda. Any other comments or questions, members of the board? All right, so
If I may,
Supervisor Ryan.
sorry, I have a toolbar that got in the way of my, oh, there you go, my mute. Yeah, just, I see it's not a piece of the agenda, just looking to the broader discussion. And, as you know, Lucinda, I got sick during budget, so maybe I missed it. But I am curious from flood control, the broader sense of our outside agency plan, how we want to develop that, what type of discussions, what the strategy is. I see why that would not be a piece of this discussion today. More importantly, you've got a lot of projects that you have under construction, quite a bit of work going on. Not only that, but we're racing to get ahead of the monsoons, the orographic effect of moisture coming into our region, whether it's defined by a specific date or not, So, and this one coming from low pressures from the west, as opposed to the high pressure cycling in the monsoon, moisture from the Gulf, et cetera. So anyway, but I understand. We want to be ahead of these the monsoons, what's going on. Curious as we get presentations from flood control, that broader picture and how that works out.
Sure, absolutely. And I'd be happy to sit back down with you, because frankly, we've been so busy. I've had that on my to-do list, but I need to set up time to sit back down with you and go through the budget presentation and the 10-year plan that was shared with the board that day. And I mean, you'll see that the district is pretty financially challenged over the next several years. So either moving back to our traditional flood control projects within our special flood hazard areas, or any kind of jurisdictional funding is going to be a stretch here in the short term. But I do think, we can look at that, and we'll just have to see how this all plays out. I'm hopeful that we can move through and conclude the lion's share of the work that we need to do with the federal funding by no later than fall of next year. And then I think, and certainly through a good chunk of this year, I think we're going to have a pretty good sense about where we're going to be coming out of this financially. So again, we may have to do some short-term borrowing, and we discussed that before, utilizing the low interest opportunity, for example, through the treasurer or something like that to help with the cash flow. But that'll be a, continuing discussion with the board. When can we, I'll say, resume? We were only able to do one project given that we had 2 more fires, right? Or 3 more fires. But resume that conversation with the board and work toward those goals as well.
And just along that line, the discussion that you're talking about, cash flow, et cetera, that's where the tally, the color of money, seeing where we are would, we got so much going on. It's easier for us to lose track of it, and it would be very helpful for us to see that. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And if I may just kind of follow up on what you said, Matt, as well, when we were laying this out, and we understand it was projection and not necessarily always reality, I think our projection, we had the monies to meet this. So it would be good to kind of, as Supervisor Ryan says, lay out what where the money's coming from, the color of the money, as he says, and where our matches come from.
And one of the things we also talked about during our budget is the need to have a flood control district board meeting, just a flood control district board meeting, where we take a look at what the priorities were before we had tunnel and pipeline. And we understand that those priorities have taken a back seat because of the emergencies that have arisen and because of the need to take care of the flood mitigation for these neighborhoods. But we still, those projects, they're still there.
Yes, they are.
And we are hearing, I will tell you for myself, as a supervisor, I am hearing more and more concerns being raised by other people throughout Coconino County about, wait a minute, where are we with regards to us? You know, we're experiencing ongoing flooding, not because of forest fires as much as just because of needs and projects that need to be accomplished within their neighborhood. And I know Public Works is taking on those projects. They may have been public work projects anyway, but I know that Public Works is taking on some of these types of kind of flood types of projects in some of the county areas, but we need to take a look at that. We need to see what's there, what are the priorities, and, you know, what's the plan for the future. You know, I know that you know that, and I know right now you are totally inundated with, you know, projects that need to be done before the monsoons. And so I don't want us to forget that, but I also acknowledge where we are and where our focus is right now. And, you know, and for that, I want to, you and your staff, I want to thank you greatly for the unbelievable efforts. I don't think people understand what's been able to be accomplished in such a short period of time here in Coconino County. So I certainly want to thank you for that. Want us to move forward and getting this stuff done, but we do need to sit down and take a look at, as a flood control district, board of directors on the priorities and what we're going to do moving forward. So thank you so much. Really appreciate your extraordinary efforts, all of you. And Jay, let's get that restoration done. We need to get that forest restoration done. We need boots on the ground. We need to see real work being done on that. So thank you for all of your efforts and advocacy on that.
I didn't have gray hair when I started here 5 years ago, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, it's catching. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I too want to really acknowledge the team. This has been just a Herculean effort by not only our small mighty flood control district team, but our broader team of Tiffany Construction, Natural Channel Design, Civil Tech Engineering, Remo Engineering. I mean, that team has just moved at light speed to try to get these projects into construction. And so, and then now we are already now moving forward with the next set of corridors with the beginning that engineering. And so, so there's still a lot more on the plate, but certainly I think this fall we can come back and have a separate session and talk about where's the district going to go in the future. We did conduct those initial engineering assessments in our special flood hazard areas, and we know that there are projects that are needed in those areas. And we had those projects on the docket until we had museum and then tunnel and pipeline. And we have to remember museum, we spent, you know, several $1 million, upward of what I think at least 5 million, you know, within that museum corridor, both short-term mitigation of which that we never got reimbursed for. And so, and long-term efforts that of course we got some grant money for, importantly from the federal government. But so yeah, that's all of that has really set us behind, but those special flood hazard areas need attention, and there are very important projects there.
Absolutely. So, all right, thank you. And any other?
All right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? So All right, y'all, thorough review, appreciate it. So, and I know we do have one other, there's no up, this is just an update, right, Lucinda?
Correct.
Thanks. And I know we have one other item, members of the board. We're right on time. We were way ahead, but now we're right back on time. And we do have an executive session. I know that we are going to need to go out of this. And I'm going to ask a question of our legal counsel. Legal counsel, can we go ahead and just indicate now that we will, because I do not believe we have any action. Oh, no, we have to come out. We have to go back because right now we are the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Before I ask my question, let's go out of this. Can I have a motion for us to return to become automatically the Board of Supervisors?
I'm kind of confused.
I just am asking for, I'm sorry.
No.
Here's what I want to do. What I want to do is we need to go in as the Board of Supervisors. And once we're in the Board of Supervisors, we're going to entertain a motion for executive session. What I'm trying to do is, once we're the Board of Supervisors, can we at that point just indicate that after our executive session, we will adjourn? Or do we need to come back out of executive session, back into public meeting to do that adjournment? Or can we just say we're going to do it after our executive session?
Chair Horseman and members of the board, it's a bit of a different way to do things, but if you think about it, it's two different legal entities, the Board of Supervisors versus the Flood Control District Board of Directors. So I think that right now you're Flood Control Board of Directors. I think you can resolve back as Board of Supervisors, and with that legal hat on, you can terminate the Board of Supervisors meeting, but then you need to reinitiate a Flood Control District Board of Directors meeting.
Well, I won't be tricky. We're just going to do it straight. Right now, we are still a Flood Control District Board of Directors, and we have one last item as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I was trying to hurry things.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
And I just slowed it down, so I won't slow it down anymore. We're the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We do have an executive session item as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And so what I'm going to do is we will come back after this executive session. We will return back to the Board of Supervisors, and then we will then adjourn our meeting. But at this point, we do have an executive session item. So I am going to ask that you close out of this for now, come back after the executive session.
You need a motion.
I know.
To move
I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Okay.
Okay. So as long as we're all on the same page.
So moved.
Okay. Now there's a motion to go into executive session. Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. Even though
Motion in a second. All those as the Board of Directors to go into executive session signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now we're going to go out of this. We're going to come back here. We're going to go out of this and we're going to go into executive session. Can we take about a 4-minute break? We'll do a bio break before we open executive session up, okay? So
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a quick reminder that everyone needs to leave the Zoom entirely and then go into the executive session after the 4-minute break.
Thank you. All right, very good. So let's leave. Please close out and we'll come back.
Thank you.
We'll be back in executive session within 5 minutes. Bye.
Madam Chair, I believe you have all members of the board.
Yes, I do. I've been waiting for them to pop up, but they didn't. Hi, there's Vice Chair. All right, then let's go back. Members of the board. We're back in open session from executive session. And at this time, we are still directors of the Flood Control District. So do I have a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Vice Chair has made the motion. Do I have a second?
Oh,
Second.
sure. Oh, Judy beat me. All right.
Judy beat ya. So Judy has the second, and members of the board, all those in favor of being the Board of Supervisors, raise your hand, or please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are now the Board of Supervisors. We have one very important responsibility. That is, we hereby adjourn. Thank you all. It was a very good meeting. Really appreciate our wonderful staff for getting this together. And thank you, colleagues, my board members. It was an excellent meeting, and you all take care.
As they say in WIR, yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Not everybody in WIR says that. Supervisor. All right.
I thought Patrice Horseman did. All right, good stuff.
All right. Thank you all, and happy birthday to Teresa.
Thank you. She thanks
Happy
everybody.
birthday.
Everyone. Thank you.